Okay. Good morning. Can you hear us all right?
Yes, indeed. Yes. I
Good.
can
You're
hear.
coming across well as well.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. So today is Tuesday, September 9th, 2025, and I'm going to call the meeting of the Supervised Release Board to order. And we'll start with a roll call of members. Member Christine Bray,
Present.
member Joe Earhart,
Present.
member Andrew Larson,
Wow.
Here.
member Cheryl Ramstead,
Here.
and Paul Schnell is present. With that, we do have a quorum to proceed with business. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Holmes Larsons to call the first case.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Mr. Dario Banga, who is present by live stream video at the Minnesota Department of Corrections facility in Faribault. Mr. Banga also has his advocate, Sir, can you pronounce your last name for me, please?
Desjardins.
Thank you very much. Thanks for participating today. We really appreciate it. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board and the members that have just been introduced to you. Our records indicate that on July 17th of 1998, Dario Banga, Carlos San Miguel, and Wayne Johnson were all together in a car being driven by Johnson in Carleton County. Banga became angry after Miguel made remarks about not liking the musician that Banga was a fan of. Johnson stopped the vehicle in Jay Cook State Park, where Banga began punching San Miguel. Both Banga and San Miguel got out of the car, where Banga continued assaulting San Miguel. Banga began to stab San Miguel, who then fell to the ground. Mr. Miguel was stabbed a total of 80 times by Banga in the chest, back, and throat. Following the murder, Banga went through Miguel's pockets, taking his wallet and money. Johnson then hid Miguel's body with instruction from Banga. On September 3rd of 1999, Dario George Banga was sentenced to life imprisonment by Carleton County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree murder. Today's review by the board represents Mr. Banga's first review after serving approximately 27 years of incarceration. Mr. Banga's minimum parole eligibility date will occur on August 27th of 2028. Thank you. I'll turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good morning, Mr. Banga. How are you today?
Good morning. Yeah, I'm good. I'm glad this day came, a little nervous, but I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I would like to see that, because of this horrible thing, this crime that I committed, that I have sought change in that I learned how to change. I learned how to walk in a good way. I learned the spirituality, and I would like to express that to everybody, that, I am a different man. I'm a different person from when I was when I committed this offense, and that I'm doing a lot of good things now. And there's a lot of things I would like to express and like to say today, referring to the positive things that we've been doing, that I've been doing, and I hope I get that across.
All right. So let me just start by asking you first to talk a little bit about, the insights you've gained into your offense. How it is that you came to be involved, how it is that something as at least as is described, something as petty as a dispute over a musician could result in somebody getting stabbed 80 times.
The thing is, I was raised up, most of my life, all my life, I've been in prison, since I went to St. Cloud when I was 15 years old, and I started out when I was 9 years old. I went through the whole juvenile thing, and I got certified when I was 15. I did, you know, a total of 14 years before when I was released in 98 altogether. You know, I was back and forth in and out of jail. So I had that prison mentality, you know, and that's where I got that from is, you know, I used to have to tell people and deal with people, say, you know, if somebody disrespects you, then you deal with it, in, in a way that, you know, you handle it, don't half step. And that thinking, when I left here in 98, I was only out 45 days. And we were coming back from a reservation, coming back from a powwow. And that's when, you know, and we started drinking vodka. We bought some vodka in Duluth. And I was listening to Stevie Ray Vaughan, and he made a comment about that. And, it had no, I took, I did the stupidest thing that I ever did in my life when I did that. But the thought that was going through my brain at that time was, man, don't half step. You're gonna do it. He disrespected you, so you do that. And that thought, man, it destroyed a lot of lives. It's destroyed my life. It's destroyed his life, his family's life. I knew that when I went back to jail and when I got arrested on that, and I knew what I had done, and I was so ashamed, and I was so, over nothing is what I did. And I was, man, and people don't know this, man, but me and Carlos were friends. And, I told the court, I said, when they sentenced me, because I knew that, I said, a life for a life. Okay. I know I did it, and I was mad, and I was so ashamed of what I did it. And I seen the family came through, the mother, the father, the sisters, the brother, telling me about, how the pain, and they told me what they felt. And man, I would just, and I said, I gave up my life now too, and I knew that. And I said that, I said in court, I said, well, there's one thing that I got. There's two things that I got that I don't, one of the things is the honor is an Okichida. Okichida is a warrior. And I had it wrong. A warrior gives back to his people. He brings it back to his people. He brings it back to the community. He helps his people, helps the little ones, helps the elders, you bring it back to your people. Gichida, you don't kill your friends. And that's what I did. And I told a court too. I said and another thing that I keep and I die with is my word. And I said, my honor is of Gichida, and my word, I said, I give up my life, for what I did to him, or that horrible thing that I did. And now, but these are the two things that I die with. And the thing was, I was wrong. Like I said, man, you don't kill your friends and stuff. And people don't know this, but I prayed, and I knew, that my life was over, but I made a vow. I made a vow to Carlos, and I made a vow to the Creator. I said, man, never, ever again will I ever put that poison in me. I'm not blaming alcohol. That's why I did it, because I had a mindset. I was in a messed up place, but I made that vow, and I made that word. I made that to the Creator and to Carlos. I said, never, ever again will I drink. I despise what alcohol did, what I did to his family, what I did to my family, what I did to, to everything. And to this day, I have not touched a drink. And it's not, and I learned some things about it from treatment and stuff, but other stuff, because I knew I had to change my ways. I had to figure out a way, man. I got to, this way of thinking that I was, I had to change my focus, and when I changed my focus, that was when I started walking with the pipe. And that was 2 years or 3 years into my life sentence. And that's when Fred DeJarle saw something in me, and we had a situation in Stillwater, and Fred asked me to walk with the pipe for the Native brothers. And that is why, I sought change, and I started participating in programs after that. And when you are a pipe carrier in a prison, in a DOC, a pipe carrier, you carry the essence of the spirituality of the group. And one of the things is, with a lot of people, a lot of the, the Native brothers, they have deaths in their families. Their moms died, their child has died, their sister, their brother. And I had to, being a pipe carrier, I had to talk to them. I had to deal with them, and I had to sing the songs and, and pray with them. And I talked to Fred DeJarle about this. And I said, what do I do? What do I say? I see the grief. I see the pure hurt of them losing that. And he told me, he said, well, what do you want to say? And I told him what I wanted to say. I said, well, we want to pray for the strength for the family. We want to pray for the, think of them in a good way and stuff. And so he said, write that down, and write it down. He said, and put it in Ojibwe. And I put that in Ojibwe, and that prayer that I use today, it means is strong to me now. It's because it means something. It came from here. It came from here. But that is one of the things that I know, that when I hurt, when I saw these brothers' pain and the pure, from losing a child and losing a mom and losing a loved ones, that is the pain that I did to the family of Carlos and stuff. So I was reminded of that, and I learned what compassion was, and I know that's, when I started seeking change for myself, and I started going through the programs after I got the pipe, I knew I had to change, because I had to walk with that pipe for the brothers too, and that's why I started going through all the programs, and I learned how to walk in a good way, how to walk and our teaching is how to walk with respect for all things. And when I started walking with respect for all things, one of the teachings that we have and that we do is we have the 7 teachings of the grandfather teachings, generosity, bravery, truth, love, respect, wisdom, humility. These are the 7 gifts that we use as tools to walk in a good way, to learn to walk with respect. And when Fred saw that, when he gave me that pipe, we learned that. He taught me these things. And that was one of the things that I teach now. I teach that in the teaching circles that we do with the Native brothers here. I went forward, man. I studied Ojibwe language. I knew I had to change. I had to make better. I had to do good for me, how to learn how to, do this. And that was, man, it was a beautiful thing, because I learned how to be respectful and how to walk with respect for everything and everybody. I got instances that happened in here and even back in the day where I haven't, I know they're going to, just recently when I got rolled up here, they came out to the sweat lodge to come to tell us they pulled us out of the sweat lodge. They asked me to come out of the sweat lodge, the squad. They came out here 9 deep, and they came out to the sweat lodge, and the person that came inside the circle, she said, you got to tear the sweat lodge down. I said, why? She said, because there's a storm coming. I said, man, this is out of protocol. I said, this ain't never happened before. I said, can I talk to the watch commander? And she said, that's who's saying it. And I went, fine, okay. And I turned around and I told the Native brothers, I said, man, we got to go. You know, this per the watch commander, and we tore it down, and we did as we were supposed to do. The next day, the associate warden called me up to this building, this intake building, and she said, "What the hell happened there?" And I told her, and she said, "Well, this person that is writing it up saying that I said, no way, we ain't switching in." And I was like, I didn't say that. I would never say that, you know. And she said, I know you wouldn't, because she said she talked to them 8 other guards, and them 8 other guards stuck up for me. And they said, Bunga never said that. So I went to the hole I went to the hole for that. And the next day they when they brought me to the hearing, you know, they said they apologized to me and they let me out of the hole. They said that, you know, the commissioner was mad, or not commissioner, the associate warden, she was mad about that. She said because that, you know, they brought me to the hole for that. But, you know, but the reason that them guards that they stuck up for me is because the way that you know, I thought about that. Why would they stick up for me? Why would they, you know, not, you know, back one of their own? You know, that's against their protocol. And one of the things is I figured it out. I thought about it. I said, that's because I walk with that pipe and I treat everybody with respect. I respect all his staff, you know, throughout Stillwater and throughout everything. I show respect to them. And that's why they can talk to me. I walk around this prison here now, and the guards say, "How's it going, Mr. Banga?" You know, and I said, "Oh, it's a good day. The creator woke us up," you know. So they, you know, I have a respectful relationship with all the people that, you know, with the administration here and stuff. So, and I've changed. One of the things is too, I would like to, I know I get to go on rambling, but one of the things I would like to say to Mr. Schnell, thank you for getting this peer recovery program going in here. I was one of the first ones to be a part of that peer recovery, and that program has been a success in here. And I've seen people in here when we first started these groups, and the groups in here, we got people that were ODing, because there's a lot of ODs in here and stuff, and it really, really, really helps people. And that is a good program. And I took the test. I took the test. I'm a mentor for it. I do 3 big groups a week. I do 5 and 6 1-hour one-on-one sessions a week. I was spearheading that, you know, going with that, and it's a beautiful thing because it changes. And the programs like that, you know, it ain't like AA or NA or nothing like that, but it's about when we do the groups. After a while, once the groups get to, you know, they start, you know, trusting each other and stuff, that's the highlight of their week. There's no place in here for anybody to vent, you know, about what's going on with them. You know, what's going on with the phones, going on with their cellies and stuff. And so that is a really, really good thing, man. And I really hope that, you know, they keep that going in here, that peer recovery. And that's what I've been doing in here. Is I've been doing that. I've been a mentor for the Native group, and we started up a language class. And you know, they said I could have 5 people at the class, but I said, man, we need to do this better way. And so we started doing it out at our Native group, at our pipe ceremonies. And, you know, and there's 35 brothers out there, you know, and, you know, per group, there's 2 groups. And we started doing a Native protocol, saying how to say your name, how to say, you know, your Indian name, if you have one, where you're from, you know, your clan. And now when we go out there every day, man, we do that, you know, before we do it, well, while we're doing the ceremony, everybody does the introductions, man. And, you know, and it's a beautiful thing. And the brothers they like that, because, you know, they're learning their language, learning you know, something that's useful, man. And so I've been you know, involved with that, and I've been doing positive things. And what was the question again?
Although so this is, I didn't want to interrupt too much, because I think it provided really a good background. But let me walk back just a little bit. one of the things that happens in these processes is that, we may get written input or have conversations with people who are left behind because as a result of the crimes, right? Your victims, the family members, and one of the questions that kind of came up and was raised was, do you ever think about Carlos's mom and what was left for her in this?
Yes. I think about it every day, just about. As when I get up in the morning, I pray every morning when I get up. And part of that is I pray for Carlos and his family, because I know what I did. I know, I think about that every day, and I pray for them every day when I get up. And I've seen the pain of people losing that have lost their families, their moms, their kids and stuff. And I've touched the darkness. I've felt that. And I know that I was the cause of that for somebody's family. And I know, and for especially for something that was over something so stupid,
Yeah.
And
One
I
of the
wish
things that
I wish.
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I wish I could go back and kick my own ass for that, but but no, it's that was the stupidest thing I've ever done, and I'm so ashamed of what I did, because I hurt a lot of people, man, and it ripple affected to to a lot of people, and I understand that. And
Well, let me just share a bit of that, because I think you reference it. One of the things that was shared was just that one of the Carlos's siblings shared the sense that she remembered being in court, and she remembered being there, and one of the things that she recalled, and I think this is kind of remarkable, but she said, I remember seeing Dario's mom and feeling sorry for her and just the pain of her loss. And I just wonder, when you hear that, does it what does that raise up in you?
I'm ready, so man, what I did was it was horrible, especially to a mom. When that happened, when they did, just like when I went to the court, when I was in there, I don't know if you can see them. I try to commit suicide too. I said, man, I was so bad and sad about what I did, and I didn't want to face it. I'm done. I just did 14 years, and I said, now I'm gonna go away for life. I said, man, I was sad what I did, and when I did that, I cut myself, and it was a serious attempt, and when they brought me from the hospital, I was still stitched up. And well, one of the things why I say that is about the moms is because my mom told me, and because I talked to her, after, or before, when we went to trial. Anyway, she said, she made me promise. She said, "Oh, you want to put me through that? You want to, see me, the loss of my firstborn. You want me to see the pain of losing my firstborn." And that's the same thing that I know that I just did to Carlos's mom. And my mom made me promise, man. She said, "I want to hear you say it, to give your word that you'll never do this again." And and never attempt suicide, you know, and she said, I can't put up with that, you know, so I know the pain that a mom has to go through. And I learned, and I learned that from my mom, just from what she said, the pain that she would have had to endure. And I know that I'd already put that through to Carlos's mom. But that was the low point of my life that, you know, that I you know, 1,000 times I wish I could take that back. But, you know, and I'm well aware of that, you know. I'm so aware of that I pray for them. I pray for them every time I wake up. And you know, that's just a part of the standard when I wake up. You know, I give thanks for the joy of living, you know, for being alive for the day, and you know, for blessing us with the, you know, with the life. But you know, for the hurt that I caused, you know, that always be, you know, I always say that. And I realized that what I did, you know, was, you know, what I changed. And that's what I hope that, you know, I can relate, you know, maybe to, you know, to the family of that, of Carlos's dad, you know, because maybe someday, man, by the way that I, you know, try to help other people that, you know, that are on the same path that I was, you know, by drinking, you know, by being, you know, that does some vile shit in your head, you know, and man, maybe if I can save somebody from doing something like I did again, well, then it'll be worth it, you know. That's why I try to help other people, man. You know, you know, I don't like being around alcohol, being around people that are drunk. People, we can drink in here. They make drink in here. You know, I don't, you know, I haven't touched it, and I will never. I despise what I did to the people, to the family of Carlos for that.
So
hope that-
my last question to you, and then I'll open it up to board members to ask questions, but what work does Dario Banga still need to accomplish? You know, when you think about the journey of change, I mean, there's no doubt, and we've heard this in looking at the
Yeah.
record and saw,
Right.
you know, what some of the staff had written and some of those sorts of things. And I'm assuming you've read through
Yeah.
the materials. What work do you still have to give some focus to?
My work that I feel I need to study my language, Ojibwe, more. You know, I never had, you know, you know, that's on the native aspect of, you know, trying to. That's part of what I feel is healing to me. Is because learning our language is hard. You know how. I mean, I got to a point now where I can do the sweat lodges. When I perform ceremonies, we do pipe ceremonies, we do sweat lodges. I can do them in our language, and I want to be able to be fluent more for that, just so I can help other people. You know, you know, as far as helping myself, that will help me because I use that as tools for when I do get out. And if I ever get a chance to ever get out to bring it back to the community, I'll be that much more stronger. You know, I read a lot, I study a lot. That's all I do a lot. I don't, you know, you see people like, I don't know, but in the prison environment, people out there playing cards and doing what, watching TV. I don't even watch that. I'm studying, reading all the time. You know, I'm always trying to, you know, Dennis Banks told me before when he come up here, he told me that, you know, he said, read. He said, read a lot. He said, knowledge is strength. And that's how I try to, you know, as far as working it out. I still get, you know, when situations come up, you know, I used to ask in when we had this peer recovery meetings, you know, I used to ask people, what do they do when something happens real instantly, how to get angry, you know, how do you react? What is your, you know, what does it think, you know? And I know in the group they say, oh, you think about your children, you think about, you know, your moms, your thing, you know. Well, when something instantly happens, it's like, well, what do you think about, you know? And they got a thing called practice to pause. And that is what I learned how to, learn how to, practice pause. And self-protections is the, you know, is learning how to take a pause when things, happen. And that is one of the teachings that I, you know, as far as trying to teach myself how to, but I think as far as trying to work on things, I don't know what on things that I need to work on, but I know life happens, and life happens. I don't know how it's going to be like if I ever did get out, how I would, adjust to the new world. I know that's a different road, a different avenue. But I know one thing: when I do wake up in the morning, if I'm ever blessed enough to get out, that I know when I get up in the morning, what I do is I set some tobacco out and I'll say a prayer, man. I say a prayer to say, hey, help me make this through this day. Whatever struggles I come, let me do it as you would want me to do it. And that'd be my strength.
Well, just having spent as much time as I have over the last 6, almost 7 years, in tribal consultations and that kind of stuff with tribal leaders across the state. I think, some of the things that you're doing and talking about language and the pipe and ceremony and all of those things, I think are tobacco are, those are important medicines and that kind of stuff. And I really appreciate and I respect, the 7 teachings. I also think I heard when you talked about what you brought to the group in terms of that question. How do you deal with something in that instant? And
Yes.
you practice the pause as the strategy. But I think this is one of those places where perhaps that question and continuing some focus on that question might be of value. But with that, I would just open the floor to other board members to ask questions of Mr. Banga before we go to a support person.
Mr. Banga, I have a question, just sort of following up on what the commissioner said. I noticed you got accepted into the Earned Living Unit in Stillwater, and it sounds like that's where you'd like to go. And I was curious what you hope to accomplish there. What will you gain from going there?
With that program, it's like I've been in Stillwater for like 25 years. I've done about 25 years there, and I would like to see it close out. But I talked to the warden from Stillwater when they came down here. They interviewed 15 of us, and they told us that we were going to be the first ones to go back there. And one of the things I asked them about was the spirituality. What about the sweat lodge? And this, how is that going to be? How is that? Because there used to be a level 4, or level 4, and you had to have a resource to attend, to have a ceremony, to have a pipe ceremony, to have sweat lodge. And he said, no. He said, Bunga, he said, I'm really glad I saw your name on here. He said, because he said, no, he said, because he said, we didn't know who we were going to get a hold of to contact for to get, anything. And you still have, people that are help you out. I said, yes, I still got contacts. And he said, man, he said, you guys will be able to go out and do ceremonies whenever you want. And I was like, man, thank you. That's good. So, I mean, that's a plus, but it's, I would like to really try to, ease it out. I want to write a book. And I don't know if I should even say this, but it's true. I want to write a book. I want to write a book about, my life inside the DOC from when I started, when I was a kid. And when I went through Stillwater, I was the youngest one when I was at St. Cloud. I was 15. I was the youngest one when I was in Stillwater. I was 21 when I went to Stillwater. And I've seen a lot of good things, and I've seen a lot of bad things with it in the Native group there, what we've done, the bad, but I want to focus on the good things, on not just the, the fights that we had there and the stuff, but we had some good things, like the struggles with when we had Heart of the Earth in there and stuff, and how we got the drum, and Jimmy Jackson was coming in, and I want to talk about those things, but I mainly want to focus is on when I started walking with that pipe, when Fred Desjarlais he saw something in me, man. I was 3 years in it, and I started walking with the pipe, and I've seen some really, really good changes that happened in me with that pipe. And that's what I want to put in that, from somebody like me who, that is now helping people that is doing good. And I was one of the worst, and if I can make it, then everybody, I can show an example that, if I was one of the worst to be able to do good now, and there ain't gonna be everybody that I was in Stillwater with back in the day, it's sad, man, but everybody's dead. There ain't nobody, a lot of, the majority of us are gone, and somebody needs to tell this story, and it's a good story, and that's one of the reasons why I would like to go back there.
Oh, okay. That's what I wondered. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other board members have questions?
I have a question, Mr. Banga. You were drinking heavily the night you killed Carlos, and I wonder, had you ever violently assaulted anyone when you weren't drinking?
Never. No.
And how long had you known Carlos?
I knew Carlos from in Minneapolis when I first just got out. I only knew him for about a month,
About a month.
month and a half. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Banga, if you are released, what areas do you feel you may struggle with in that transition? I'm just kind of curious what thoughts you've had about the ability to ultimately transition back into community. Are there areas you feel you may struggle with or need some additional support?
Like I said, I've thought about this question too. I've seen this question, and I, I'm gonna definitely have a struggle. It's gonna be, like I said, I've been in here. Look at, like, it'll be 44 years I've done in here. So, just getting back into the community. But I know once I start getting involved, because there is good people out there right now. They see, like, South Minneapolis, like they see all the the horrible things, but we have struggles with addictions and mental health and stuff, and I know I could help be a good addition to that. And I know that but there's a people that are involved in a good thing. And how I know this, one of them is my son. He's done 17 years in here. He's been sober over 4 years now, and he goes to sweat lodges, he goes to drum groups, he goes to well variety groups out there, man. He's part of the thing. And so is my brother. My brother does the same thing. He works right now. He works with the women's native thing, man. He's a security guard, and he's got an apartment right there, and he goes to Wild Varieties, the same thing, man. They go to sweats, and and they're involved, and they sing on the drum and stuff, and that's what I want to be a part of, and I know that I'm fortunate. I know some people like Fred Desjarlais out there, man. He's doing magnificent things out there within the community right now, doing ceremonies, helping people, doing food drives, doing the stuff that they do with the Red Lake. I know other people that run the St. Paul American Indian Center. Don Wright, he does. He does a men's honors group, or men's support groups they do support groups and stuff. He's already been asked me, you know, he said that he wanted me to be a part of that. And we talked about this. I'd love to be a part of that because I do these support groups in here and I lead them. I teach them here. And man, to be able to get out and to do that, you know, that would feed the good in my soul, you know, to feel it, you know, to help other people to do that. And I would be a good source for that, you know, a positive source, you know, and if you're ever given a chance, you know, like I said, man, that's all I have on my word. And I know about, alcohol or whatever, that I'll never, ever, ever, you know, and I put that on a creator. I'll never touch that again, ever. And I won't, and I never will. So there's no, you know, I can drink now, or no, that is not me, you know, that's, there's too much rewarding things that I do and helping and giving back to other people. I've learned to like to help people, and I've seen the pain that I've caused. And when I see people, you know, like when I do the death ceremonies for them, I see the pain and the hurt, man. And I know the pain and the hurt that I caused Carlos and his family, and, you know, and I pray for them too. But I try to help. I try to give back by helping, you know, and that helps me, you know. And I know someday, man, that I told Carlos, man, you know, because in our ways, in our spiritual ways, you know, we don't say goodbye, you know. And when, you know, I pray to Carlos, and, you know, and I tell him, man, you know, and I know I'll see him again. And when I do see him, I know, you know, I'm going to see him. And when I do, I'm going to give him a hug. And I just hope he hugs me back, you know. But yeah, I hope that answers the question.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Banga, I hear, and correct me if I'm wrong, I hear that your embracing spirituality has been very influential in your life. Is that right?
Yes.
When did
Yes.
that occur?
The time that Mr. DeJarle asked me to walk with the pipe for the Native Brothers at Stillwater in 2001.
Okay. And when did you complete, what did you do to complete the substance abuse disorder directive?
I've done treatment. I did treatment here. I've done anger management. I've done oh gosh, I did all. That was, after I started walking with the pipe, and I said, you know, I knew I had, you know, I saw I wanted to show compassion for people, you know, not just Native brothers, but for everybody, walk with respect. I knew I had to change, and that's why I started going to these different groups. And I started,
when did you complete the substance abuse disorder treatment? What
a
year?
couple years ago here.
2024, I think, is what the record. New Dimensions. You did New Dimensions, right?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to understand is, was that before or after the disciplines of May 16th and July 25th of 2024?
That was after. I mean, no, I didn't. I graduated, and then this was that happened after.
The disciplines happened after?
Yeah. I already, yeah.
So after you completed treatment, you were disciplined on 2 occasions within the last year?
Yes.
Well, if your spirituality changed you and you got the substance abuse under control, why are there 2 offenses in a time period after you completed your chemical dependency treatment? I don't understand that.
Okay. Thank you for that question, because my first one of those reports was I went up to transitions, and I was looking at native prayers that I had that I had the clerk that I used to be in the same unit with, he hooked it up so where I could look at these native prayers that we were making for the native group. And I was making them. They were, and I was correcting them how to, on the spelling and all that stuff. So he put that on there, and I was fixing them up, and that's when the lady come out who runs the program. She says you ain't supposed to be looking at religious stuff on there. She said you're only supposed to look at transition stuff. And I said, oh, okay. And that on that morning, I was supposed to go see the chaplain because my auntie died, and that's in the same building. So I turned the machine off, and I said, man, this is bullshit. I did say bullshit, but I went up to the door and I asked her, I said, what is your name? And she gave me her name. I don't know, I think she had the wrong impression, but she didn't know that I was going to see the chaplain right there, because I wanted to tell the chaplain, hey, this lady says that, or this lady who runs this program says I got to have permission to look at, religious material on the thing. So I went to
my understanding is the discipline was that you didn't follow the order that you were given, which was to be able to review a specific area and not to review transition and not to review other areas, that there was a limited purpose to the permission you were given to go to the computer.
Mm-hmm.
That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Yeah. It was, well, yes. She told me that. She said you can't look at religious material on there without authorization from the chaplain.
Okay, what about the possession of tobacco 2 months
That
before?
That was when the guards, remember I explained about when that lady or when they said that, when the guards stuck up for me and they told us that we had to tear down the sweat lodge and stuff. We took it down. We took the stuff down. We took, when we tore everything down, I had the tobacco. We didn't use all the tobacco because we just started the ceremonies, and I put that in the bag. And I should have turned it in along with the lighters, and that was on me. That was dumb. And even the associate warden and the chaplain, they said, they said, if you'd have turned it in and then said, you needed it back, we'd have gave it back to you. But I didn't turn it in. And that was the reason why. And I take full accountability for that, because I shouldn't have, and they even the sentencing, where they do the sentencing, the sentencing, the disciplinary board, they dropped the smuggling and all that stuff. They knew that I was using that for native purposes, but I didn't turn it in, and I should have turned it in.
And they didn't drop the tobacco charge?
No.
That's on your record. Okay,
Right.
when I look at your record, there's a history of violating parole. And it seems like it wasn't just once, or wasn't just twice, or wasn't just 3 times. And after 44 years within the correctional system, you're used to a certain structure. And it seems like absent that structure, you'd always come back. My question is, why are things different now? I hear you say that your spirituality is different. I hear you say that you got chemical dependency treatment, but that's a long history of conduct where you've gotten out, violated, and come back.
Yeah.
And why should we believe you now?
When I was out before, I mean, the prisons times that I came back, and I came back when I first went to prison. It was for a carjacking. We were drunk, and the second time I came back to prison was in '84. It was for aggravated robberies, and then I was drunk. I was robbing places to keep drinking. I lived over South Minneapolis. I was sticking up places over there, and that was that was so stupid in itself. It was a sawed-off shotgun, a single shot sawed-off shotgun. I didn't even have a bullet in it, you know. But you know, it was just for the money to keep drinking. And I went back to prison for that. I got 80, 90 some months or something at that time, and I got out again, and it was always been drinking, you know, every time, you know. And then this last time that I, you know, that's why I know you know, I'm done drinking. That's been an evil for my whole life, you know, and it's been keeping me keep going back in prison, back to prison, back to prison, you know, drinking. My family, even back on the streets, they would, you know, they tell even the people that you know, in the neighborhood, you know, that we knew, even people that were selling guns, they said, don't sell Banga any guns, you know.
Okay, did you ever have access to treatment prior to any of those releases from prison where you returned? Or was the first time in 44 years that you had access to treatment in 2024?
No, I went to up by Duluth. It's a 30 Mushkowazin. I've been at a Mushkowazin up there, and I did, you know, I did. It was like a 30-day treatment, you know. I was drinking the day I left there, you know, so you know, I didn't take it serious.
How many prior treatments did you go through before 2024?
That was it, I think. Yeah, I never done treatment.
And what year was that?
1992.
Okay, I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Banga.
Thank you.
We lost the support person.
No, he's just on.
Oh, off. Okay, there he is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. DeJarli, thank you for being here today. And I want to open the floor to you to provide your thoughts and input to the board in terms of the changes you've seen over time in Mr. Banga.
Sure. So, bonjour. Dinoy
Bonjour.
magani do wasmo ganini in the go. Makwa and do demo gakani and do jaba. You win the ayan, Oma no come. So, Fred DeJarli is my name in English. Lightning Man's my name in Anishinaabe, Moan, and I'm from Red Lake. That's where I was born and raised, and that's where I am today. And I was asked to be a part of this meeting, you know, and I thought it was really, really an important day. So I made sure I cleared my calendar to be here, and you know, I've known Banga for quite some time. He's a good relative, you know. We say relative is in the sense that you know, we're all connected, we're all related to each other. So and some of the things that I do just to fill everybody in, you know, is I'm a cultural coordinator for Red Lake under a program called Umbiminduagin Dinaway Maganin Nanad, means uplifting all our relatives. Also have a program, Anishinaabe Urban Cultural Connection, which is based in Minneapolis, where we work with a lot of incarcerated relatives and community members to offer ceremony and connection to who we are. And I'm also a volunteer for DOC. Also, I used to sit where Banga was, so I know both sides of this. And today, you know, I'm really proud to say that, to see a change in somebody like Banga, to see the restorative nature of connecting to who he is, where he comes from, and be proud of that, and to speak his name and to speak his mind with his heart, because you know, it takes community to come together to believe in our relatives that are incarcerated. One of the biggest things that I believe in is educating our relatives on awareness of history. We have a lot of traumatic history brought upon our people, generations and generations. You know, I see it in our female indigenous relatives incarcerated. I see it in our male indigenous incarcerated relatives. And when they start tapping into that knowledge of the history of our people, of these systems that came on and brought so much harm with no restorative nature, we have to find that, and that's where Bunga is. I see his change with restoring the language, restoring cultural, gravitating to that, and understanding that alcohol and other drugs are not a part of who we are. There's so much simple ways of living, and I see that every time I call them, it's always a positive call about helping others, and letting go of things we don't need to carry, and looking forward to things that are important out here. You know, I see so many guys like Bunga and other ones, state and federal, and I'm out here doing sweat lodge, and taking care of families and send offs, doing openings and creating space for our relatives. Um, with who we are, where we come from, all of our nations, our languages and cultural, being that healing factor. So everything that Mr. Bunga has shown me, you know, and I walk this way too. And my community believes in me, my elders believe in me, and I don't let them down. Whatever I've done in my past don't define me. And I believe that when relatives go to prison, you know, and go through these judicial systems, these county systems that are stacked against us, you know, and get these sentences, but also not to sugarcoat nothing. Once that individual finds that way to forgive themselves and understand what they've done is not who we are, that they can really let go of that shell that kept them down and sunk them down to the bottom of whatever it was that brought them there. And that's what I do is I believe in our relatives. I come in there and offer my time on my dime, my own time, because I believe they're going to be our neighbors someday. They're going to be back out in this community. And I want them to have the best step forward, the best moccasin foot forward to be who they are, to believe in them like my elders used to come in there and believe in me. And that's why I do what I do today, is because they didn't turn their back on me. They didn't let the foreign systems define who I am, but they came in to believe in me, to restore who we are as Anishinaabe people. And that's why I'm here on this call today, is because Mr. Bunga has shown to me that he's really capable of coming out here and making a difference, making a imprint in his community, regardless of what he's done, his story, and you know, remorsefulness to that family. You know, it's a horrible thing that was done, but I know that when he lets that go and deals with them, that's his path. He has to deal with that, and he will having access to cultural cedar ceremonies, sweat lodge ceremonies, and things like that in the community. Wipe that off him so he can be his full potential. The spirits decide who we are, where we come from, and what gifts are. So when I passed that pipe to Dario years ago, you know, I seen something in him that would carry forward, that would be like a ripple in a lake, you know, to help out other relatives in there. Yeah, and I told him, I said, I'll stay in touch with you and make sure that you have access to what's going on out here, the ceremonies, the elders, and language. So I'm here because of that, and I really respect everybody's time here. I respect for making this here and happen, and I hope that everybody, you know, in the end of everything we do as Anishinaabe people, it's just about people. It's just about taking care of each other and helping each other out, and that's why I'm on this call today. Is I really believe in this relative. I really respect and believe in systems that you know, that systems could believe in relatives too, and make positive impact. So that's why I'm here. So if you have any questions for me, I'm open for that, and I say miigwech for letting me talk.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I do have one question, because one of the things that Mr. Banga talked about was the fact that, you know, you asked him to carry the pipe, and you just made reference to the fact that you did that. And I think, some of what I hear in Mr. Banga was he talked about the fact that you saw something in him. And I suspect that you saw something in him that, at least at the time, he did not see in himself. What did you see in Mr. Banga?
I saw that thirst to feed his spirit. I seen that thirst to restore who he is, where he comes from. I saw somebody that has something to offer to help others, because there's a lot of men in the system that don't know who they are, that they gravitate towards the negative things, the gangs, the cultural of drugs, the cultural of feeding off the hurt of our people. And I knew that somebody with a sentence like Banga's would have enough time on his hands to really reflect inward, uh, to know that the impact that he's having in there affects out here, because he would see people come back. He'd see that same cycle, and he would put the pieces together in his own way to help. And back then, it was more than just me saying that. It was a spiritual thing too, because we would sweat together, and when you carry pipes, it's you're speaking for your people in a good way. And I wanted that pipe to follow somebody who can lead with a heart that can be fed good things and grow. And that's what I seen in Mr. Banga then and today, and and all of our relatives in there.
Thank you for that. Any other questions board members have for either Mr. Jarle or Mr. Banga? Mr. Banga, before the board has some discussion and deliberation about next step, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comment before we have that discussion.
Well, I'm really glad that, I got to explain somewhat, the path that I've been on, and my intentions have always been good. I learned how to walk in a good way. I learned how to walk with respect for everything. And that's what kept me out of a lot of situations. You look at my prison, you got my prison record, what I was before 98. I was in the hole a lot. I had a lot of assaults. I had a lot of, drinking, and in this way, on this, there's no drinking, nothing, no fights, no, well, I've been in fights, but I won't say that, but it's, there's, my heart did good. I changed. And, I'm sorry to say that what happened for me to be in here, to the family, of what I did, for this to happen, but, I did learn some good things, and I did learn some things from my people, and from everybody, all different, I get along with everybody, so, all different races, and, I learned how to be a leader in here, and in a good way, not somebody who's, but a good people, I had a friend, a guy come up to me. He was a Somalian, and he come shook my hand, and he said, thank you, because he was coming to those peer recovery groups. And he said, thank you for, for helping us, with your wisdom. And I was, all right, cool. Then right after he left, man, another big old Somalian dude, man, he come over there, man. I like, what's up, man? And he stuck his hand out to me. I shook his hand. He said, man, thank you for helping my brothers. I said, wow, that's what it's all about. It's helping everybody. And I learned, I never thought this before, but I like helping people. And I believe I'll do a good job when I get back out there. I'll lead by example. If I ever get a chance, I do it in here. And you have a chance to get out there, man, to help my own people, man, and help our own people, all people, I would, I would be honored, and I know I won't let anybody down, especially.
Thank you for that. And I would just say that, I think, I appreciate hearing you say that, but I also recognize the fact that, I think there is at some level you owe that to Carlos and
Yes, I
to
do.
his family.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
And
All right. With that, I'm going to close that discussion. And at this time, I would move to board discussion and deliberation. And during that time, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I just open the floor to the board for any thoughts about next steps.
Well, I excuse me, I have some thoughts. One is, in some ways, like I'll make a motion, but based on what Mr. Larson asked about challenges outside, I think that's a big deal. Because it's been a long time since Mr. Banga's been out. So my motion would be deny parole, continue 3 years, and with the goal that he gets into the earned living unit because they offer transition services, among other things. And I think that would be very helpful. So that's my motion. Deny parole, continue 3 years, no discipline, maintain sobriety, and really focus on a strong release plan.
I second that.
All right. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Let me just ask one question, just more broadly of board members. I think that move to the ELU is really a good one, and I think he can have some, that earned living unit at Stillwater is really going to be really jointly developed by the people who are assigned to live there as well as staff. So I think, and I think Mr. Banga will have, an opportunity to be a leader in that environment. The one thing I guess I would ask of board members is just at some point in time, is there a benefit of looking at assuming he complies with things to move him to like a minimum setting? And I ask this only because I think that because I agree with you 100%, board member Bree, that that transition is going to be a thing, but I also like, how do we test that transition? And again, within the framework of minimum custody. And so, is that reasonable, or how do board members feel about that? Certainly with, the department could initiate some of that as well, but I just was wondering like what the thoughts are of board members.
Are you thinking like consider for minimum after a year?
After 2 years or whatever, just at least then what happens is there is not only the transition, and he has a leadership opportunity in the ELU at Stillwater, but then, assuming that goes well, that he could transition to a minimum status and start to at least dip his toes in being out on a crew or things like that, where we test in a controlled way his ability to manage a massive transition where he's been locked up for a long time.
So assuming he has a well-developed transition plan in place and no discipline, full compliance, consider minimum in 2 years?
That's just a question. I'm just posing that.
I would certainly support an amendment to my motion to that effect.
I think that makes sense from my perspective as well. I think it also, a little bit to Member Ramsted's question about, there's discipline a year ago. Yes, the discipline was not involving violence, but certainly prior to, formal release to supervised release, it's super important that you know, the discipline not rear its ugly head again. And I think that kind of goes without saying. So I also would support that sort of a model of a couple of years in the earned living, you know, really exercising that leadership muscle that I think is established, you know, based on everything that I've heard and much of what I read, some transition into minimum to really start to test that, and then look at it again in 3 years. So I would support that.
I would accept that as a second.
Okay, so that is then would be included in the motion here, and I guess I would just ask Mr. Larson, would you suggest that he do some work in terms of better practicing the pause that he mentioned? Practice the pause, I think, was the notion that he suggested.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
I think that was good advice to himself when he brought that up. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Do you have a pretty clear sense of? Okay, motion and a second, and so we'll call the vote to the motion. Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Earhart.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
And Chanel votes yes. Mr. Banga, you've heard the discussion. And so I think what you're seeing here is a decision that we want to invest in you. You have 3 years until you're fully eligible, but that we would like to see get up to Stillwater, help out with the establishment of that unit. And I'm excited to see that develop and your role in that. And then, after a couple of years, assuming no discipline and really working on that release plan, encourage you to continue your study in language and spirituality and cultural practices, and to help bring that to people. And I think the work that you're doing, around the 7 teachings and those practices, I think those things are clearly a benefit not just to you, but to others. And your role in helping is also a way of helping yourself. And then assuming that we would look at transitioning you after a couple of years to minimum custody. And that really is that opportunity for you to have a year and then come back before the board at the time of your eligibility. And then the board would have a discussion with you about what next steps would look like, assuming everything goes well. You have any questions about that?
Am I on?
Yep, we can hear you. Now we can't. You had it on.
All right.
Okay, good. You're good.
So I go for the 2 years. So that's not. I won't be able to go. Work release ain't part of that.
So here's what will happen. So you will go to you would go to ELU, and then we would transition you to minimum. You come back in, and then we would have that conversation about work release or whatever steps. And I think this is where the critical importance of you working on developing that really strong release plan. What does that look like? And what do you want? What you can ask the board at that point in time, what to consider options that you want to bring forward. That could include work release. It may not, but you really need to work with folks at the facility, the transitions folks, and develop that plan so that when you come back before the board in 3 years, you're ready to be very clear about what transition looks like.
So I can't. So I got another year then, right? I mean,
no. Well, no, it doesn't mean anything. You could, but it doesn't matter. You are. We want you to focus on
my release
things
plan.
That you are.
I get the release plan thing. I mean, I have, like Fred Desjardins, I have job offers to do that.
Yep.
To work. I'll work with Fred when I get out, and that's working through the Red Lake Embassy. Doing ceremonies and stuff. But I have a good release plan. I thought I did.
Well, so here's the thing. So I'm not saying, nobody's saying it's a bad release plan, but I think this is, so really what the challenge for us here and the challenge for you is exactly what you talked about. That sense of, you talked about it in the group, like when you ask the group members, how do you deal with those things that happen in the moment?
Right.
And that this is at least to me, this is the work that we really want to encourage you. You can choose to look at this in ways that say, well, I didn't get the work release. And I would just really strongly encourage you to say, to look at, this is about your opportunity for service. This is about your opportunity for leadership. And this is about your opportunity to develop a plan that you can come back to this board in 3 years talking about, again, the things that you continue to do, and you'll get there.
I mean, I get what you're saying, I bring that up. I brought that up about the, practice the pause is to help other people. I didn't think it'd come back and bite me in the ass and say,
it doesn't bite you in the ass.
This is going to be a good one, like, wow, man, that this is something I brought to the table to
right.
peer recovery group. And, because I asked them, I said, what are you doing? Not for me, but for them.
But Mr. So it doesn't bite you, but I want to just say that one of the things I was struck by in that question to the group was that when I look at some of the recent kind of disciplinary stuff, that instead of making some flip comment when you're going to walk away, practice the pause.
Right.
And there's wisdom in the question you asked of others for you to consider yourself.
Yeah.
And that's all.
Yes.
It's just about being human, right? So I want to be really crystal clear. I think that the board sees in you great leadership and the work that you've done and your acknowledgement of the harm you've caused and your acceptance of responsibility, and all those things are out there. But we also recognize that you spent 41 years or whatever it is of your life in custody. And that the thing that we want to see happen is we want to make sure that you are set up for the kind of success. And I know that happens. And with people like Mr. DeJarli in your backyard, I'm confident that you will and can be an important member of the community. So
can I make a suggestion?
You can make one suggestion, but I would just be cautious.
I'm sorry.
The decision's made, right? The decision is made.
Because Stillwater has minimum there.
They don't anymore.
Oh, they don't? Oh.
No. The ELU is making up for that, is addressing that.
Oh.
So the ELU is gonna house minimum guys as well as the honors unit guys.
Right. That's what I mean. They were gonna have
inside.
Yeah.
So, so there will be some options as we look at this going down the road. All right.
Well, thank you. I thank you for
thank you. Good luck to you, and thanks for your work.
I'll be good in 3 years. See you again. All right.
All right. Excellent. Thank you so much. Good luck to you. Thank you, Mr. DeJarli. Thanks for being here. All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right.
All right, Mr. Banga, they're gonna help you out and let the next person in the room, all right?
Right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I just remind you guys, pull the mics closer to you?
Yeah, you have to talk right into them, it seems like. Thanks, Aubrey.
I don't think he understands. This is a bonus. Yeah. You bet. I thought I had time. I would run out and get some aspirin, but they're gonna bring someone right in. Do you mind? Two would be good. Thank you. I should carry them with me.
His charge is dismissed.
What's that?
Ecker got his charges dismissed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hi, is
We'll
Mr.
see.
Bias ready? Are we ready for Mr. Bias?
Yes.
Yes.
He was charged with it. I'm sure you can get this. She withdrew.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sure. I don't have the paperwork yet.
When did he, what was that? A couple weeks ago?
Bring it down here with me, but yeah. I'll get it yet. I told the agent, try to get it by tomorrow.
Well, the fact that
There'll be other issues. Bias.
Can you unmute your device? He probably doesn't know. Thank you.
That's him. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of the Board. We're here today to review Mr. Willie Roger Bias Jr., who is present by live stream video at the Minnesota Department of Corrections facility in Faribault. Here with me in the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. We have other board members present today as well. We have member Chris Bray, member Joe Earhart, member Cheryl Ramstad, and member Andrew Larson. Mr. Bias, our records indicate that on Saturday, October 18th, 1986, at 11:43 p.m., the Minneapolis Fire Department received a call reporting a fire at 32 Spruce Place. While subduing the fire, firefighters found a body slumped over the arm of a sofa in the living room. The body was charred beyond recognition, but was later identified with dental records as Robert Churchill, the apartment tenant. On October 19th, the autopsy revealed a stab wound to the heart, as well as fractured cartilage and bleeding in the neck, consistent with strangulation. Low carbon monoxide levels in the body and normal lungs showed Mr. Churchill had died before the fire began. The medical examiner determined the stab wound was the cause of death. Fire investigators found no trace of accelerants, but believed the fire was probably intentional, given the evidence of a homicide. They also believed the fire originated on the sofa at the end where Mr. Churchill's body was found, as that area showed the greatest charring. A knife was found in the ashes near the sofa. Minneapolis police learned through the homicide investigation that a drinking party had been held at Mr. Churchill's apartment. 4 individuals had attended the party, including Willie Bias, whom Minneapolis Police Department was unable to locate. It was learned that Mr. Bias began hitchhiking and made it to Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Mr. Bias was arrested on November 11th, 1986. On May 7th, 1987, Willie Bias Jr. was sentenced to life imprisonment by Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree murder. Mr. Bias was sentenced to a minimum of 17 years imprisonment. He has been previously reviewed by the Commissioner and his advisory panel 8 times and continued for a future review each time. Today's review by the board represents Mr. Bias's 9th review after serving approximately 39 years of incarceration. Mr. Bias's minimum parole eligibility date occurred on November 16th of 2003. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
So good afternoon, Mr. Bias. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty good, thank you.
Good. So I'd like to start out, and you've been through this obviously a number of times, by asking you what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I'd like to get a date. I'd like to take a chance. I'd like to get a chance to go to minimum and work release and get a date out on the streets.
And what makes you feel you're ready?
I've done a lot of work. I've gotten my mental health under control and my medication, and I've learned to learn that change isn't a negative thing; it's a positive thing. And I've worked out positive ways of thinking and blocking my finding my red flags and controlling my temper and getting help when I need it. I think I'm ready.
So I think, when was the last time you were seen? It was 2022, right?
Yeah.
There was some, after, I know that there was some disappointment right after that hearing, correct?
Yeah, I was very disappointed. Yes.
And what did that bring up in you what did that disappointment bring up in you, or cause? How did that impact you?
I was very upset and angry because I had done everything that I was told to do, and it was the second time that I went to the board and that I had done everything, and I was expecting a date and I didn't get it. I kind of started thinking I was never going to get a date. So I tried to make sure to that I didn't get a date. But I worked on it. I stayed in SLS. I got my meds adjusted so that they worked better for me and everything. And I worked hard with Miss Nelson and the other therapists in my group and my group members, and learned how to cope with my negative thoughts and my negative anger. And I changed my way of thinking to not wanting to get out, to actually wanting to get out and give it a try.
So when you say give it a try, what does that mean?
It just means, I'm scared to death of getting out. I want to be completely honest with you about that. I have no idea what it's like out there. I got no people out there or anything else. I believe I can make it out there with the help of being in like a adult foster care. I believe I can contribute to society, in a positive manner. I'd like that chance to at least give it a try. I guarantee that I'll never do violence again. I'll never do anything criminal again.
What wasn't there after the last hearing? There was some kind of thoughts of violence was that just grounded in like the medication not being what it should be, or what was that?
Yeah, my medication took a couple of years to get adjusted to where it is right now. And it took a lot of learning and a lot of working on, I forget what they're called, cognitive behavior plans and stuff like that. I need a lot of work on watching for my triggers and stuff to help me if I get angry, to stop the anger before it gets out of hand or anything, you know, change it into positive thinking rather than negative thinking. When I first got away from the last board hearing, I was basically getting angry every day. Now I get angry maybe once a month, but I'm able to stop it right away and change it into positive thoughts. So, and I'm not stuffing it like I used to, so where I get in by the end of the month, I'm exploding.
So what is it that that got you to that point of being able to, or let me ask this differently. Can you describe the last time you experienced that and the incident that happened that where you felt that sense of anger and how you worked through it?
Okay. I was working in Rogers, and we had these office chairs in the break room, and one of the teachers, while we were gone, came and took all our office chairs. Not our boss, one of the teachers did. And I inquired about it, and the teacher basically said, I'll do what I want to do. And I got pretty angry about that, walked away. I had thoughts of violence. I was thinking about beating him up and everything. So while I was in group with one of my therapists, I wrote a note to the therapist. I said, hey, I'm having these thoughts. I don't know if I can control them or whatever. And I asked them to help me. And they put me on observation in the segregation for a few days till I calmed down, and then transferred me to Willow janitor. So I continued to take my meds, and I meditated, and I read the Bible, and I stayed for a few days on observation, and then they let me out, and I started my new job and everything, and that's what's changed me. Now I'm not trying to deal with everything myself. I'm letting people in authority know that, hey, this is how I'm feeling and I need help. That was the last time that I actually felt like I may not be able to control myself by myself. I needed help doing it.
That's helpful. Thank you. I'm going to open the floor up to other board members to ask questions.
Hi, Mr. Bias.
Hello.
In reading your file, I see that you have sexual offense history and that you completed sex offender treatment in 2016. Tell me about your sex offense history and what you accomplished just overall in sex offender treatment. What changes do you believe you made?
Well, I realized that while I was in sex offender treatment, that I was actually hurting them. And I didn't understand that. I don't know how to say it. I don't want to make excuses or anything. I did things that were really bad, and they disgust me as much as they disgust you, probably. I learned that what I did was very, I don't know how to explain it. It's just wrong. And I don't want to ever do it again. I'm never going to do it again. I wish I could go back and change it, but of course I can't. I don't know how to say it any other way. I mean, it's there and I can't do anything about it.
Do you have any ongoing sessions with a counselor or
What's
mental
that?
health professional?
You,
Yeah.
Joe, you want to use the mic?
Do you have any ongoing sessions with anyone from the sex offender treatment program or with a
No,
psychologist there in the facility?
no, I haven't really talked to anybody about it. I've kind of left it in the past. It's not me. I won't ever do it again or anything. So I've kind of left it in the past and I haven't brought it up that much. I mean, I don't even remember if I brought it up with my primary therapist
You completed that program at Rush City?
at Rush City, yeah. And then I stayed there for a little while as aftercare. And then I went to Lionel Lakes for PFA.
Did you complete PFA?
Yes, I did. I completed PFA and I stayed
Do you
there.
recall?
What?
I'm sorry, do you recall how long you were in sex offender treatment in Rush City?
I think a little over a year.
And during that time, do you remember developing a release prevention plan?
Yeah, it used to be in my file. I don't know what happened to it, but it is in my file now.
Is it something that you refer to?
Yeah,
in terms of
every time I start to make a release plan, I'm usually stopped because we could only can only give ideas. They tell me they can only give ideas until I get a date, then they can start making a full plan and getting everything ready to go and stuff like Miss Laporte told me this time. I seen her. She had a couple ideas like adult foster care called Village or whatever. And she said but she can't really get started on that unless I get six months to a year with a date. Then she can start on it. It'll take her at least 6 months to get the financing and everything for it. So she can't really do anything until I actually have a date.
and are you working with a therapist currently?
Yes, I am. Miss Nelson is my primary therapist. I've been working with
Okay,
her.
thank you. That answered my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Bias, one of the things that you said earlier in our hearing, and I think it's referenced pretty regularly throughout your packet, is you've really fearful of change. You've struggled with change, and I understand perhaps the medications you're on now have allowed you to maybe be more open to that. Or are you still open to the idea of changes in facility housing, those sorts of things, to kind of test things? Or do you think it's the best option for you to just be released right into the community, into a foster home? Just kind of curious what your thoughts are.
I think that I need to be released. I think I need a date, right? But I want to release gradually. You know, like go to minimum, go to work release, then go out to the streets. I don't want to, it's going to be it's a huge change for me. And I'm scared to death of changes. It's been only the last year that I've actually thought of changes in a positive way.
The medications that you're on, are they keep on person medications, or do you have to go down and get them?
I have to go down and get them right now.
Okay.
I don't know which ones could be KOP or not, so I got to find that out. But
And
right now,
having to go down and get them, is that because of the type of medication, or is that because of the need for you to be medication compliant?
no, about 5 years ago in Rush City, maybe it was even longer. It might have been longer. But anyways, just giving it 5 years ago, I was in segregate. No, it's longer than 5 years ago because it's been before 2012. So it was before 2012. I was in the hole for an investigation. And I took all my high blood pressure medications, tried to kill myself. And so they put me on a KOP, no KOP. I just never changed that. So I have to change that to KOP. I don't know which medications I can get KOP or anything. I just never changed it. And I'm gonna be after this meeting and everything, I'm gonna be get my help from my therapist to get whatever KOP I can and change. I'm gonna change the medication. I don't think I can get my antipsychotic KOP, so I'm gonna try to have that changed to evenings at 8 o'clock.
Okay. Just one last question for me. Based on something you said you've really had to do a lot of work on identifying your triggers, that sort of thing. What are some of those triggers?
Okay. I don't like people touching me, and I don't like people stepping on the back of my heels. Those are just some minor triggers, but for me, they're triggers. I have to, every day I have to tell myself, it's just all on accident, it's not a big deal, but it's, for me, I just don't, I got boundaries, and one of my boundaries is I got 3 feet around me. I prefer, but if somebody bumps into me, I say to myself, oh well, that's, that happens. I'm not a real big socializer, although I've been socializing a lot over the last 6 months.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Mr. Bias, I am a little.
Your mic.
Mr. Bias, I'm a little confused about your history with sexual violence. There was mention in your file of a number of different victims. Is that correct? There were a number of different victims?
Yes, there was.
Why were none of them prosecuted?
I don't think they were known about until I said something about them.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your answer.
Okay. When I was in SOTP, one of the things that I did was not only the ones that I was convicted of, but I also told them that I had several others that I was never caught for. When I went into treatment, I wanted to get treatment. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't hiding anything or trying to get through treatment. It's just somebody trying to float through and get a certificate. I wanted treatment. I wanted to learn to control myself and my urges and stuff. So I told them about 10 others. I believe it was 8 others that I never got caught for.
How many were you prosecuted for?
2. Well, 1 actually. 1 was dropped.
And that was in Minnesota?
Yep, all of them were in Minnesota.
It looks like for a number of years, you've been saying you need structure. And that's why you said you didn't care what the board did. If they wanted you to go back to Oak Park Heights, that was fine with you because it was a great deal of structure.
Yeah,
Are you more comfortable? Are you more comfortable in structure? And if so, what gives us any assurance that when you're outside of that structure, and Oak Park Heights is a lot of structure, what gives us the assurance that when you're outside of that structure, somebody's not going to step on your heel and it's going to trigger you, or somebody's going to, get in within your 3 feet of space and it's going to trigger you. And there's going to be no constraints because you won't have that security that is offered by Oak Park Heights.
the structure I'm talking about is like making sure I get my meds, having a regular time to go and eat. When it comes to my violence and stuff, I take care of that along with my medication and everything. I'm not gonna get physical under any circumstance. I've been trying to prove that for the last 13 years. I haven't done anything violent. I haven't done anything, not because the guards are around or anything, because I mean, I can do something violent. I proved that for, 20 years. I was getting into fights and everything. I couldn't figure out how to stop doing that. And then over the last 13 years, I figured out how to stop doing violence. I've taken my medication. When somebody steps on my heel or gets in my 3-foot area or bumps into me or whatever, I may get angry for a second, but then it's gone. I don't get violent. I don't, I've tried to prove that, the structure the structure I need, I like Oak Park Heights. Be honest about it. There's a part of me that wishes I could just go back there and spend the rest of my life. But that won't do nothing except leave me with nothing. I'd rather prove myself if I could,
I understand what you're saying, but just a little over a year ago, you said straight up, I don't know if I got out, that I wouldn't kill somebody again. With the controls they have over me in prison, I know I and others are safe. If someone stepping on the back of my shoe makes me want to stab them, what would happen if I had access to weapons in the community? Out there in the community, I'd have easy access to weapons.
Yeah.
That was just a year ago.
Yeah, and that I said all that because a year ago I didn't want to get out. I wanted to make sure you kept me in. I did that. That's my own fault. I said that. I can't take that back. But the truth is that none of that is true. It's just I said it because I wanted to go to Oak Park Heights and I was still angry about not getting a date, and I wasn't gonna. At the time, I wasn't even planning on coming to the board at all. I was just gonna let you just make whatever decision you wanted to make, and I wasn't caring. I said that. I'm sorry. I can't take it back, but none of it's true. I know for a fact I'll never hurt anybody again.
I don't have any further questions, Mr. Bias.
I have one further question. How do we know what you're saying right now is true?
You don't. All I can do is say, give me a chance to prove it. I'm not going to be able to prove it while I'm in here other than just continue with what I'm doing already. Give me a chance. That's all I'm asking is one chance. If I mess it up, don't ever give me another chance.
Thank you.
I have just another question and comment. You mentioned that change is very hard for you and that would be very difficult. Any kind of transition from incarceration is going to be filled with change. Have you worked on that with your therapist?
We've talked about it a lot. Change for me is I don't know, I think it's the hardest thing and it scares it, especially this change. It scares me. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but it scares me to death. But I'm ready to make those changes.
You did mention at one point that you have about one violent thought, I believe you said, a month, that's on the average for you. You have violent thoughts. How often now?
About once a month. I have,
And give me an example of what might trigger a violent thought.
people, okay. People, like, okay, just the other day, I was just going through a door to go outside to go to lunch. And one of these dudes came running by and nearly knocked me down, going out the door, through the door while I was going out and went to lunch. And I had thoughts of violence then.
What were your thoughts?
My thoughts were, but the lady said right next to you, you know, first thought that came to my mind was I'd get up and stab him. But I canceled it right away, let it go, started deep breathing exercises, and continue my walk to chow.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Bias, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you to make any final comments.
Okay. I just want to say that I know that you all have a responsibility to the public to keep them safe. And I got a really bad record. I know that. And I just want to say, give me a chance. Let me prove to you guys that I can do it. I don't want to go out to the streets right now tomorrow. I'd rather, you know, I would like to go to minimum work release and then go to the streets, but I would like to get a date. Please give me this chance. That's all I ask. Oh, yeah, I want to go to IHOP.
I think one of the other times you brought up Burger King when I talked to you, I think Burger King was on the list, but now IHOP is top of the list.
IHOP is top of the list, McDonald's second, and Kentucky Fried Chicken third.
Okay, all right.
Oh, and
Write
a
that
can
down.
of Pringles.
Pringles, okay. All right. With that, I'm going to close the discussion, and during board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open the discussion to the board to talk about next steps.
We'll deny parole, but I don't know where to go from there.
For me, I think one of the things there's a weird situation here in the fact that I really respect the fact that, Mr. Bias identifies his fear about a transition and can give voice to that and those sorts of things. At the same time, I also, I'm concerned because as much as he would like that chance and he'd like to get a date, I certainly can't support a date, and I think the risk is just, in my view, too great. And what I would like to see in him is, wrapping his head around what it looks like to be out and not have that level of fear. And I don't know how that happens. But moving him into, a lower custody setting or a work release setting concerns me. Just that's where I sit. And so I guess let me just make a motion. I'm going to move denial of parole. I would set a continuance term. I want to be realistic here, and I would set a continuance term of 5 years. I would build in a mechanism whereby Mr. Bias could request to be seen after 3, should he get to a point where he can articulate a basis for further step down, and in a way that that doesn't put him in the vulnerable spot of needing to kind of prove it in a more high risk setting. And I that's the part where I'm uncomfortable. I do want to acknowledge the fact that that he has gained insight into his mental illness, and that he can give voice to the thoughts that he has, and those things, which I think we would all agree are positive. But I think, to his point, there is risk. I also am really mindful of the fact that he does not have a support system outside at all, and I think. Sadly, the loss of his father, I think he spoke to, was a significant issue, in the sense that he really wanted to have that opportunity to be out with and for his dad, and so I think the absence of a support system. Obviously, he would need to be in a supportive living environment in the community, but just the risk of some of the thoughts is a concern for me. So I would just ask that he continue to work with his therapist, and that to the extent that it's possible in a setting, and that could mean a move to another facility, to look at ways that we can safely test his ability to manage change.
And
That's the
also
motion.
considering his extensive,
Well, I was just going to say, I'd like to second that, but I don't know if this is reasonable. I would want to see a lower risk level in his psychological when he comes back. But that doesn't have to be a part of my second.
I would certainly support that effort to reduce that risk level. Absolutely. So there's a motion and a second. Further discussion?
well, I would like to add something though, considering his sexual history and sexual sadism diagnosis and the very short-term treatment, and I don't know much about the program that he was in. I would like to see ongoing sex offender treatment participation. And I don't know if they have something like that at his current facility that would be particularly appropriate for his particular emotional problems. I'd really like to know more about what he's done, but I'd like to see that addressed further. Year of treatment is not very much for an ingrained deviance, particularly sadistic behavior. If we could incorporate that as part of the plan.
We can, I would accept that as a friendly amendment. I think that it's going to necessitate some movement and changes in terms of where you can obtain that, but we can certainly look at that. But I think that would really have to go along with this ability to manage a move and change, because it's going to demand a change in order for him to get that. Chris, would that be something you would accept as an addition?
Absolutely, but I was wondering, when you said that, if it means a change in facility, does that mean he loses the support services that he has, a supportive living, which he has now. Can he get that in
There are-
another facility?
Yeah, there are SLS programs and other facilities. So I think it would be really about developing a plan for what this time would or could look like, and go from there. All right. Not hearing anything else. There's a motion and a second. So we'll call the vote to the motion. Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Earhart,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead, and Schnell votes yes. Mr. Bias, I know that this will be a challenge and a challenging thing for you to hear. On the one hand, at the same time, I would hope that you would also hear the positive things that have been noted here today, and that you continue to give focus to the work at hand. And we thank you for being here and wish you only the very best. Understood? Thank you. Okay.
All right, for those who are listening, our next review will be with Jacob Brown. We'll need just a couple minutes to get set up.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, let's go ahead and take
5-minute break. for Andrew.
Oh,
Is Mr. Larson? Okay.
okay. So, go.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Mr. Jacob Brown, who is present in person with us here at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office in St. Paul. Mr. Brown also has his friend and advocate with him today, Mr. Carl Holtman. Thank you for coming today, Mr. Holtman. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Along with, and I'll tell you who the rest of the board members are. We have member Christine Bray on your right, member Andrew Larson on the left, Ms. Joe Earhart, and Ms. Cheryl Ramstad. Our records indicate that on December 17th, 1987, in Hennepin County, Jacob Brown, with premeditation and intent, caused the death of Carmen Larson, age 18, by beating her with a baseball bat and stabbing her in the back, chest, and face. Miss Larson was found holding her baby, Davy, in her arms, and Davy had numerous bruises covering his entire back. Jacob Brown also attempted to cause the death of Michelle Raish by hitting her with a baseball bat, shattering her nose, splitting the side of her head, and smashing her hand. Ms. Raish had also been stabbed 21 times and had a punctured lung, diaphragm, liver, spleen, arms, and hands. A knife was left stuck in her side. Ms. Raish sustained 6 stab wounds in the vicinity of her heart and had to have her spleen removed, her nose reconstructed, and suffered extensive injury to her eye. A broken baseball bat and 3 knives, one which was broken in half, were found at the scene. The county attorney's file and police reports established that Mr. Brown's motive for the murder was that Miss Larson was going to be a witness in a charge against him for theft of a government vehicle occurring on October 19th, 1987. As she had reported that she had seen Mr. Brown driving that vehicle. In addition, Mr. Brown had assaulted Miss Larson's baby, Davy, and Miss Larson had obtained a domestic order for protection. On August 5th of 1988, Jacob Brown was sentenced to life imprisonment by Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree murder. He was also sentenced to a consecutive 130-month sentence for attempted murder in the first degree. On May 22nd, 1989, in Hennepin County District Court, a motion for an order running his sentences concurrent was granted. Mr. Brown was sentenced to a minimum of 17 years imprisonment. He has been previously reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel 8 times and continued for a future review each time. On October 29th of 2024, Mr. Brown was given the opportunity to transition to a modified Phase 2 of the work release program. Today's review by the board represents Mr. Brown's 9th review after serving approximately 38 years of incarceration. Mr. Brown's minimum parole eligibility date occurred on December 17th of 2004. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown. How are you doing today?
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to have you just bring that mic up closer to you because it's just so that we can make sure we hear. I'd like to start off by first asking you to describe what work release has been like and how. Yes. Oh yeah. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I was jumping right in here. I want to first acknowledge and turn the floor over to one of the family representatives to read a statement into the record today.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm here before you today as a representative of multiple secondhand victims of this horrendous crime. In December of 1987, a precious life was taken far too soon. Although I was not yet born at the time, I grew up hearing countless stories about Carmen. Stories passed down from family members who loved her dearly. From these stories, I came to know her as a young woman with hopes, dreams, and above all, a deep love for her son. That tragic morning, it was not just Carmen's life that was stolen. A young boy lost his mother, his source of protection, comfort, and guidance. He grew up facing hardships, trauma, and unanswered questions. The loss of a mother shaped his entire life in ways no child should ever have to endure. But the devastation did not end there. Carmen was also a sister. Her death left my father without his beloved sibling, someone who had brought love and support into his life. I grew up sensing the hole her absence left in our family. It was clear that something would never be whole again. With her loss came a constant shadow of fear, a fear that the world was not safe, a fear that never truly went away. Carmen was also a daughter. My grandparents, Don and Maren, or Dolly Larson, carried that pain every day of their lives. I believe my grandfather ultimately succumbed to his grief. Though he loved his grandchildren, I could see that a piece of his heart was missing after losing his daughter. My grandmother, whom we called Dolly, lived with a broken heart for the rest of her days. Each visit to the gravesite revealed her sorrow as she looked down with tears in her eyes, yearning for her daughter that she could never see again. Though she poured love into her grandchildren, she longed for the reunion with her daughter and husband for the final 28 years of her life. No parent should ever have to endure such pain or the loss of a child. Carmen was also an aunt. Although she never had the chance to hold me or my brother, to celebrate our birthdays or holidays, or to see her son raise his family of his own, she was robbed of the chance to meet her grandchildren and great nieces and nephews, just as we were robbed of the chance to know her and love, and influence in our lives. We often speak of justice, but how does one measure justice in the face of such loss? No sentence can repay what was taken. No rehabilitation can undo the trauma or brokenness that remains. If parole is granted, my family and this community must live with the reality that the person responsible for this tragedy is free, while Carmen will forever remain absent. I witnessed my grandmother live in constant fear, always wondering if she might be next. That fear is something no family should ever have to carry. Your decision today does not only impact the individual seeking parole, it impacts every victim, every family member, every community member who continues to feel the weight of this crime. From my own perspective, this is my own words, I understand how easy it can be for someone in the criminal justice system to present themselves in a favorable light, to appear rehabilitated, to play the part in order to regain freedom. I also understand how, from your position, it can be easy to only see what is written on paper or presented in hearings. That is why I sincerely hope you have taken the time to hear from line staff, the mental health professionals working with this individual, and others who incarcerated, and others who interacted with this individual daily. A true picture of character cannot be captured by paperwork alone. As the grandson of Don and Maren Larson and the son of Dan and Donna Larson, I ask you to consider not just the individual before you today, but the countless victims whose lives were forever changed by this crime. Our family lost a mother, a sister, a daughter, and an aunt. Friends lost a best friend. A community lost a bright soul. And generations of us who came after grew up with emptiness that can never be filled. I would also like to read direct quotes from my parents, Dan and Donna Larson. We feel that Jacob Brown should remain in Minnesota DOC custody. He killed a precious young lady who was just beginning her life as a mother. Carmen had plans for school. Her desire was to raise her son and make a good life for herself and her son. There was absolutely no self-control. She died from several traumatic injuries in the hands of Jacob Brown. Her little baby was permanently traumatized because of what he witnessed. There is absolutely no regard for human life. Our family does not feel it's safe if Jacob is ever released, and we will never rest if Jacob is released from Minnesota DOC. They feel that Jacob is a very dangerous person. He cannot be trusted outside the prison walls. He has never attempted to show any remorse to our family. Members of the board, while I respect the process of difficult decisions you are tasked with today, I must urge you to not grant parole in this case. The choices made by the offender took away a life that can never be replaced and left wounds that continue to ripple through generations of my family. Time does not lessen the gravity of this crime or restore the future that was stolen. Releasing this individual would not only reopen those wounds, but it would also send a message that such actions can ever be balanced by the mere passage of years. For the sake of justice, accountability, and honor to life that was cut short, I respectfully ask that parole be denied today.
Thank you very much. And just on behalf of the board, I want to extend, our apologies to you and your family, and we thank you so much for being here today and for providing that input. So thank you. So, Mr. Brown, you've had a chance to hear from people who are impacted. Any response to that?
I guess I want to say that during the first couple of years of my incarceration, I did speak or exchange letters with Don and Maren Larson. But at some point, either family members or their members of their church did not think it was a good idea, and it was discontinued. I understand that this crime has torn lives apart, and may forever affect the safety that people feel in the community. But I guess Don and Maren were the directly affected losing their son. I spent some time with Don and his wife, Dan, their son, their oldest boy, and Donna, his recent wife. But they were going through their own difficulties in their life, just trying to raise a new family, and I guess I've always felt that my actions would be felt for a great deal of time. It's hard to lose a loved one in the manner that Carmen lost her life. If through my letters, I don't know if the family ever came in contact with those letters that I had written to her, I don't see why they would have thrown them away. I mean, it would mean a great deal to others, I believe, and obviously listening to what the family members are saying here now and today. But I did try to reach out. I did try to apologize. If that's if there was anything that I could do to take it back, I would.
Mr. Brown, let me just build on this just a little bit and ask this question. So one of the things that we heard and was out there is the concern, and you acknowledged, the impact on your release may have on the sense of safety of people in the community. Can you talk about why you believe you are safe in the community?
Well, my team that was assigned to me, the psychologist, the release planner, the case manager, helped me understand what it would be like to return to a life out in the community. Not necessarily living amongst the victims and their friends or family, but anywhere in Minnesota. I initially was scheduled to be released to Andrew residents over in South Minneapolis, but staff had a problem with that. I believe that was from your office, Commissioner, that I try to find another location away from them. You didn't set a distance, but we chose one that was 30 or 40 miles away out in Maple Grove. I, like back then, I have neighbors now. I live with residents who are not convicted felons, who are retirees of 55 plus assisted living facility. I have done things that a citizen, a peaceful citizen, a good citizen, a citizen who was returned to the community after a long incarceration. I walk my dog. I walk the park. I go shopping. I attend church services. I've just recently started my college education to finish up my last 10 credits. What I'm saying by all this is that these are things that people who aren't in my position have done and do every day. And I'm doing that so I could make my life better and improve my quality of life. I've also looked for jobs. Initially it was not very fruitful, but I recently got hired at a department store or a discount retailer. I guess if a regular citizen can do these things and I can do that, I'm thinking that I demonstrate that I can live and work in this community. I can associate with my neighbors who know in part what kind of residents they have in their neighborhood. I don't know that any of them have ever felt afraid or concerned for the safety of children who go out and play, ride their bicycles up and down the street.
Well, let me ask you though, why should they not be afraid?
Well, I'm not the same man that I was 38 years ago. My staff have diagnosed me with a serious and persistent mental illness that has been under control for many years now. we believe that my actions on that fateful day when Carmen had to be taken to the hospital and attempt to be resuscitated or for injuries to be reevaluated and so that she could fight for her life. Pardon me, I just important meetings like this get me a little flustered, so it takes me a while.
Take your time.
My conduct throughout my incarceration has not been the best. I did have some discipline, but I believe that was related to the illness that I was diagnosed with and that I've been treated for since I walked through the door. I'm on medication. It helps me understand the paranoia and the delusions, the hallucinations that I've gone through that I believe allowed me to engage in this conduct that led to Carmen's death, the assault on Ration. I wasn't prepared to talk about her today. But I mean, any questions that you have regarding that particular incident, which expired back in 1998, the sentence did.
You
So-
understand, I just want to clarify, you understand that it's really less about the sentence and more about the harm that was caused, right?
Yes, sir, I understand that. I do understand that. I was just relaying a fact that I think was missed in the summary that Ms. Holmes Larson that gave. I've been in a lot of situations since my release that could have easily resulted in me returning back to prison for any number of violations or another crime. I used the skills that were taught to me by therapists and psychologists to address those issues appropriately. I've spoken with the assisted living housing staff. Um, um,
Can you give an example? Just because I think that's really a good point, and I think it's something that is positive, right? You said I used the tools and resources that were available to you.
Yes.
Can you give us an example of a situation that was difficult that you processed through with the team that works with you?
One of the residents is there because he has a bad temper. Anger management, I'm not sure what the classification is, but he is very aggressive and assaultive toward some of the other residents and directed his attention at me. I dealt with it in a calm way. I dealt with it in a peaceful way and assured him that I was no threat to him and that whatever was going on, it didn't have anything to do with me. I was assured that the house was safe and that we could go on living together without me worrying about being assaulted or me having to assault him to defend myself. There was another incident I brought up to staff, and this happened maybe about 6 weeks ago when I was walking the dog down the street, and a sports car, candy apple red sports car with 3 occupants in it, yelled "nigger" out at me, and it really disturbed me for a while because I wasn't expecting that out in the neighborhood. But I guess after high-profile incidents of racism and by residents or police against George Floyd and some of the other incidents, racism is still out there and it's alive. I don't think that racism played any part in this crime or my actions during this crime. But it was a situation that I had to deal with. I had to process out. I could have brought it earlier to my staff, but I held on to it while I was and tried to use the skills that I had learned on how to deal with it. And I did that. I did mention it. And the first response was whether or not I needed additional medication to help process it or to, because I wasn't sleeping very well. But things came back to normal after I had processed the issue and got past it.
That's helpful. Mr. Brown, what do you think, if you were to struggle, really start to struggle, to compensate, whatever word you want to use to describe it, what would it look like?
I guess I would take you back to the situation I just described about the expletive thrown out of the car at me when I was walking the dog, because I was struggling.
Mm-hmm.
It was difficult. There are no therapists at the house. They were not at the house at that time, even though I'm met by the FACT team every day.
Right.
But like I said, I don't bring every issue up to them because I'm supposed to have the training and the therapy to deal with it on my own. But I do bring it up so there's transparency.
Mm-hmm.
But during that period when I was struggling, I slept restlessly, sometimes not at all, until maybe the next day. I thought I heard the individuals outside my window again at nighttime. Everyone was sleeping, so there wasn't anybody. I do have a cell phone now, so I could leave a message on the FACT team's emergency line, and they'll get back with me within a couple hours. I hadn't showered in a couple of days. I know that. I didn't feel like leaving out of the house. I stayed in my room. And I just read my files. Another time would have been when the power went out in the neighborhood. I mean, the whole block was pitch black dark. It was like maybe 2 o'clock in the morning. And I had heard dogs barking and people, I thought they were yelling my name. I came out of my room. I had a little pen flashlight that I'd gotten at a job fair, and I asked the staff if it was our house that had the power out, and she indicated that it was the whole neighborhood, and we had to wait until the workmen, the NSP or whoever the electricians were, to restore power through the neighborhood. But it was tough. Not everybody in the house responded the same way. I had a guy get angry with me because I left the door open, or I closed the door. I can't remember, did I open or close it? But it's just, I struggle every day with some of the residents because we're all in there for different things. We're all 55 or older. We're receiving benefits for our disabilities, our mental illnesses. But it's hard living with people that don't have the cognitive skills because they're either advanced age and their medical conditions, or just because of the way that they evolved.
So let me just like drill down here.
Okay.
So it sounds like in that scenario where that comment was made to you, that you started to isolate.
I did.
And so isolation is one of those indicators that things, you may be struggling a bit, right?
Yes.
Have there, and yet I think what I'm hearing also is that you have people around you can see maybe you're not showering or
Right.
not sleeping well, whatever it may be.
Okay.
And those are the things that you then dial in with your team to process?
Yes.
Okay. That's helpful.
The home health aides are trained to recognize these things too, and they, if they're not able to handle the matter themselves, they'll call the supervisor or the director of the program, and they usually show up that same day, like they did when the guy had a bad temper and lost his wallet, his money, whatever, and just started going off on people. His name is Napoleon. He's a good man. Okay, I know we don't have to mention names.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, but I get along with all the guys. It's not really that much of an effort, but it's just when, after I've been through, because I can't see myself living or being anywhere else.
Okay. How is the environment, the services you're receiving, how is it different than it was? Because a lot of these supportive services were provided when you were in too,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
How is it different?
Well, it's not in a correctional setting. There at Lionel Lakes was the facility where I was that was discharged from. They don't have the groups out at minimum security that we would have had at back behind the fence.
Yeah.
And what's different too is that I know a lot more about myself because of them, and I'm able to give the right antidote and cause or of the problem to the attending staff members from the mental health center. And then even though I isolated for a time there, it was a matter of days. I still reported it to staff, and they wanted to be sure that I was not still holding on to it, that I had that I understood that that's going to happen. But I mean, when situations like that happen, you don't pick up a baseball bat or a knife and go at somebody because you feel uncomfortable or threatened or whatever.
In the past, so this is one of those questions about the difference between today and 38 years ago. In the past and today, it sounds like today your tendency would be more to isolate. In the past, would it have been to act out? Or how, describe that difference.
The groups are a therapeutic community, but being in prison, that's not a therapeutic community. The therapy came one-on-one from the therapist. Isolation, it comes in two ways. Now, I will isolate if I think that I'm around people that are not as far along in their reformation than I am.
They're not good influences.
Right. In the community, it was me, even though I was isolating, it was still me processing the situations that occurred. I eventually went back out out to the mailbox and started getting my mail again, or the mail for the house. I know I'm not being responsive to your question. I'll get to that. I'm just it wasn't possible for me to isolate out there. I think we're talking about isolation behind bars versus out in the community working.
No, I'm really
for that.
No, I'm talking about the difference in your response. So the difference between acting out violently,
Right.
versus I'm wondering if in the past you used violence as the way to respond to troubling stimuli, and today that's not going to be violent, but I guess I'm asking this question. It is more likely to be isolation. If there's a problem, and again, I know that most of the time you're trying to process this and use the tools and your team, but I'm trying to get a clearer sense of the issue around is Jacob Brown, the violence that associates with challenging situations, is that different today than it was before?
Well, very different. And I believe that the example with the resident there who was on the edge was a case in point, I think. I handled the matter calmly. And I didn't go back in my room after all that. Or I was out. I was out in the living room. Personally, would be the day space, but and we worked it out together as a community living together.
That's great.
We hugged it out. I gave him a hug, but no, it's just he's got his issues and they keep coming up. But now I live there thinking that that's just the way what I'm going to have to get used to.
You have to manage.
Yeah. So I mean, because it's
That's helpful. That's helpful. At this time, I'm gonna just open the floor up for others to ask questions of Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown, I have a question. I know with all the programming that you've been through and from what I've heard today, that rehabilitation is the foremost thing that you're working on. And as you continue on this journey toward full rehabilitation, it's really important that you fully disclose all aspects of your offense accurately and truthfully. And I've seen a couple of different versions of things, and I'd like to hear from you. I know it's difficult to talk about, and I'm sure for anyone concerned that it would be difficult to hear, but we need to help you fully disclose what you did, what happened, the sequence of events, how it went down.
okay. Are you asking me to go over the event itself?
Yes, I am.
I was not living at the residence over on 2720 15th Avenue South when I went over to visit Carmen and get some clothing and talk about whatever issues that we had to resolve together. I was a little paranoid. One of the reasons why I left because of the paranoia, thinking that she was trying to poison me, and that's something that I deal with a lot. I even dealt with that with my own mother, but I went there, got the clothes, and we were talking, and at some point she disclosed the fact that she aborted our baby. I didn't even know she was pregnant. And she asked me to leave more aggressively and went in the back bedroom and got the baseball bat and struck me with it. But I was still I guess I was already in an emotional tailspin about the abortion, and I took the bat away from her and began assaulting her. And I assaulted her friend that came out of the bedroom to help her. There was also a struggle over some kitchen knives, which I got a hold of and stabbed Carmen and her companion. Her son was not around at that time. I don't know if he was still sleeping, but whatever was going on between us was going out in the dining room, and I wasn't aware until the last minute that she had a companion that was staying over the night, or till she could find a permanent apartment. At some point, I just left out the residence and walked home back to St. Paul.
Is it okay if I go back a little bit
Yes,
and ask
sure,
you some details here?
Sure.
You said that this was the first you had heard that Carmen was pregnant. The
Right.
first time you had heard the word abortion.
Yeah.
And when is the first time you told that to anyone else?
I was told when I entered the plea to skip most of the details and just admit to the offense. I did mention that to a couple of friends and to my therapist at some point. But it I did mention it to victim services in a letter that I was doing on behalf of a friend that knew Carmen Larson, who wanted to have a letter exchange with me. He thought that that information was too so I'm trying to use the words that he used, but he just he thought that might hurt the victim's feelings or something, or cast the victim in an unfavorable light or something like that.
Did I understand correctly that she asked you to leave and then went and got a bat? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the file indicates that the assault of the companion friend visiting her occurred in the bedroom, the person's bedroom. How did that happen?
I believe I said that at the plea and sentence transcript. That's in the transcript. You're right about that. But that's where the part of the assault happened. She wasn't in the bedroom the whole time, I don't think, if I remember correctly. But yeah, that's true, ma'am.
That the assault occurred when she was lying in her bed originally.
No, she wasn't lying in the bed. She was up. She was up, maybe sitting up, but she was sitting on the bed, but not laying in it. She was up from all the commotion she heard, I guess.
How did you get hold of these knives? You said I got hold of some knives.
They were sitting on the table in the living room. Excuse me, the dining room where the china's at, stuff.
See? And can you tell me what was going on in terms of your picking these knives up after the bat?
The bat was broken. I didn't choose the bat. She chose the bat.
How did the bat get broken?
Because I had used it to assault her.
And had you already assaulted the other victim as well before the bat broke?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said the baby, Davi, was not there to your knowledge?
No, I did not see him. He was not in the way, or he wasn't in the immediate vicinity.
As I'm reading the file, I see that Davi had bruises, a lot of bruises.
Birthmarks.
File says bruises. Had you ever been accused of assaulting Davi?
Yes.
And what was that about?
Those charges were dropped. No charges were ever filed on that.
After the offense, they were dropped, or at what point?
It was just not processed by the county attorney's office.
Because of this crime, though.
Well, you'd have to speak to them about that, sir. I'm not
Okay,
sure what.
yeah. Okay.
What else can you tell us that you think is important about this crime that you may not have maybe fully disclosed or disclosed consistently?
No, ma'am. I believe I've told you everything that I can recall.
Do you think Carmen was afraid of you?
I gave her no reason to be afraid of me. She called me over to pick up my clothes. She wasn't that afraid of me. They opened up the door and let me in.
Had she ever accused you of domestic assault?
No, ma'am.
Had she ever accused you of stalking?
No, ma'am.
Were you angry with her?
I was at that time.
Can you talk about that?
I don't know, just the whole abortion thing I just wasn't prepared for that. I was not in favor of abortion, and it was just, yeah, I was angry about that.
Would the file indicate that there might be other reasons? Maybe I should rephrase that. The file does indicate that there might be other reasons. that you
Yeah,
might have been-
I heard Miss Holmes Larson mention that they believe that a motive for my actions may have been that she was a witness against me or going to be a witness against me. I never knew anything about that.
Well, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions?
I apologize. I did have one question, Mr. Brown. You had mentioned early that you're not the man you were 38 years ago. Who was that? Who was the person 38 years ago, and how are you different?
Well, I was a young man. I just turned 20 on October 31st. I was married to a wife that was pregnant with, who had just given birth, excuse me, to our newborn. And I had sent her money so she could come up here to Minnesota so we could try and put things back together again. The relationship between me and my wife was not one of the best. We argued. We argued. I don't think it was any different from any other couple that having arguments about money and the best way to go about providing for a family, a growing family. But there were, I guess, early signs that I didn't really pay attention to, like being afraid that she might be trying to poison me, or when she cooked. At some point, eventually, she ended up moving out to another apartment, so we were separated for a while, and that's when Carmen and I were back in communication again. We weren't living together, or we weren't in a relationship anymore. But I was under a great deal of stress because I had taken on a great deal of responsibility to raise a child and to try to be a good husband to my wife. But
So if I could ask just a follow-up. So how is that different from who you are now?
well, I'm not in a relationship with a woman yet. I have a few prospects out there, but my team has advised me that I should take my time about that and have a more stable financial situation. I've met a couple of women. So I'm just exploring the possibilities at this point. And I guess the women that I've met over the past year have the benefit of knowing me after I've cleaned my act up, addressed my anger management problems and paranoia, the hallucinations, the delusions. But I'm just taking my time. I'm not in a rush. I've been advised to do that. And
You mentioned your anger management problems. What have you done to address that?
I took 2 groups, psychoeducational groups in anger management at Stillwater. One was recommended by the former Commissioner Ramstad.
Okay. You also mentioned that the person you were 38 years ago, you were under a lot of stress and responsibility. Do you think you're better able to manage those things now?
I'm doing it. I'm looking for jobs. I'm dealing with stress at the home, out of the home. I've applied for positions where I wasn't hired because I couldn't work on the Sabbath, or that I was offered employment, and then it was rescinded because they found out that I was a convicted felon. I mean, I've dealt with a lot of difficult situations, disappointing situations, and back then, I probably would have taken that out on somebody who was close to me. My mother, my wife, Carmen. But like I said, I'm not that same man anymore.
Thank you.
And I would just like to follow up on Mr. Larson's question when he asked about the person that you are today. And you right away said you didn't have a relationship with a woman. And then you talked about anger and you said, I'd probably take it out on somebody, and you mentioned 3 women. And it just made me think for the first time, like you will be interested in finding a woman from what you said. And now I'm wondering, is that going to be a trigger for you?
My triggers were, one of them was lack of sleep. Abortion was a trigger. I know that.
Well, I guess just to ask it a little different way, if you do become involved with a woman, which you would like to do eventually, but you're taking it slow, how are you going to respond when things don't go very well?
If we're partners, we'll work it out together. I won't try and deal with it on my own. Back then, I guess with my wife, she had a newborn and already a one child who was 4 years old. So she had some responsibilities and some stress too to deal with. And maybe my situation just added a little fuel to the fire. I'm not sure, but right now it's just a bunch of telephone conversations, nothing really serious. Like I said, I'm taking my time and,
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, do you buy the proposition that, that managing this is a long-term lifetime proposition, your mental illness?
that's what I've been told.
Yeah. And you recognize that those services are going to be critical to your ongoing success.
Yes, sir.
And that you understand that in the event that things do become problematic, that we would have to respond to that. You understand that as well.
Yes.
And that you also agree, or with the proposition that you that big life changes, whether that is a new relationship or getting a driver's license or whatever it may be, which I have my own concerns about. But anyway, that's a different issue. That these things would be addressed with the supportive team that you have.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to just turn to Mr. Haltman. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Mr. Brown, earlier, almost at the outset of our questioning, you said something about I wasn't prepared to discuss that. And I think by that you meant the circumstances of the crime. I wanted to make sure I understood that. Do you remember saying that?
I think we're talking about the other victim. When I said that?
Yeah, and if so, why would you not be prepared to think, or why would you think that inappropriate to bring up at this hearing, considering your futures on the line?
I guess what I meant was that although the rule says that the commissioner or the panel could examine the entire history of the crime, that once that one expired, that it wouldn't have a bearing on this. And when I got the letters from Ms. Rebecca Holmes Larson, it says the offense for which I received a life sentence. It didn't say anything about attempted first-degree murder. Let's see, is that right here? Can you?
I think I understand your answer.
Okay.
Mr. Brown, why was or is abortion such a trigger for you? How much?
I don't know.
So you haven't gotten to the bottom of understanding why that's a trigger.
It's not a trigger the way it was.
I think grab the microphone and just set it in front of you.
Excuse me. It's not a trigger now. My wife told me that she had an abortion. She aborted our child when she found out that I was going to prison. So that was something that that's her body. She can do what she wants with it. So, I mean, I've had to deal with it, and I had to deal with it earlier on, real close to my situation, my participation, or my actions for this homicide. So I've had to deal with it before. It's just, it's not, but I haven't responded the same way I responded with Carmen to other issues related to abortion that have occurred in my past. So it's and that in itself demonstrates it's not that much of a trigger, or if it was a trigger, that it's not a problem as much as it was.
But you don't understand why. Let me go on to the next question. You mentioned that you dealt with paranoia. You
Yes,
mentioned
ma'am.
your mom, you mentioned Carmen.
When was the last time you experienced paranoia?
At the residence out in Maple Grove. And when the lights went out.
And that was when?
Spring.
Yeah, spring of 2025.
So it's an ongoing issue for you.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I don't think I have any questions further.
All right, Mr. Haltman, just want to open the floor to you and just provide your thoughts, insights, and your involvement with Mr. Brown and thoughts.
Yeah, well, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I don't know, what year did we start meeting, Jacob?
1997.
1997. So my wife worked for an organization called Amicus that would find volunteers for incarcerated people, and she was the volunteer coordinator. And she says, "I know just the guy for you." And she set me up with Jacob, and we used to meet once a month when you were at Stillwater. It was pretty regular. And then I got involved out of town, and so we would have phone calls, and I would see him 3, 4, 5 times a year, something like that, whenever schedules came across. And I know when I first started visiting him, his paranoia was very apparent. And also he was somewhat delusional. You know, they couldn't take a blood test because they were going to inject nanobots into him, things like that. And he was very serious about that. As time went on, he started to get better mental health care. And it took years of adjusting his meds. But I don't know, 5, 7, 8 years ago, it's been a while now since his meds seem to have stabilized. For a while there, he had that dyskinesia where, you know, he would, you know, from some of the psych meds, but that was a difficult process because he didn't want to give any blood from blood tests because he was deathly afraid of needles. But they were able to work that out and balance out his meds. And those physical symptoms from the medications went away. And his reactivity has gone way down. And he used to, you know, he would jump to conclusions. You know, his mind was working fast. And what are these people trying to do to me? And da, 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 da. But he's learned to accept that he's paranoid. And so he's been able to kind of have a step back and kind of, well, there, I'm doing it again, you know, kinds of things. You know, his mother used to talk to him. I don't know if she makes an appearance every once in a while, but he used to feel his mother talking to him and things like that. He didn't react to it, and he accepted that that was a symptom of his mental health. And he stuck with the therapy, and he stuck with the medications. He went through all of the programming that was recommended to him. The couple of incidents at Stillwater where it was a security thing anyway. And those were more misunderstandings than they were about anything overt that he was doing. At least that was my understanding of that, because those things passed away and have not popped up again. But when he was paranoid and reactive, you know, he could jump to conclusions about things. And I think that that's not his habit as much anymore. I've never felt threatened by Jacob. I mean, he's a big, strong guy. You used to work out. He was pretty buff. But we always were able to talk. about things. And he would call me on the phone from time to time, and he still does. And so we've had this ongoing relationship because I would like to see him, return to society. He's got this section of his life is still there to live. And I think he's earned the right to do it outside the fence and, and to get a job and try to have a somewhat normal life of what he's got left. Because I don't know, how old are you now? 30,
Oh, excuse me, 58
58. So,
on October 31st, 57,
yeah.
57.
So you got a couple of decades, and he would like to have a life back. And I think he's done everything that has been asked of him. And there's no making up for the heinous crime that he committed. I mean, you can't make that up. But you can resolve to do better and to, work towards being a member of society that's not a threat to anybody. And I think he's earned it. And I would like to see that. So anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate you, and I appreciate your years of engagement with Mr. Brown. It matters. Amicus is a well-known, highly regarded program and has helped many, many people over the years. So thank you for your involvement.
You're welcome.
I guess at this stage, what I'd like to do is I'd like to provide you, Mr. Brown, an opportunity to make a brief comment to the board about your request, your thoughts, prior to us having a discussion and deliberation about next steps.
Okay. First, let me take this opportunity to thank Carmen's family for coming, for their statement, and apologize for my conduct on that day. I live with it every day. It wasn't my intention to go over there and hurt or kill anybody's. It's just never occurred before. And I guess in recent history around that time, it was just building up to something going to happen like that. So I guess I can see how maybe it couldn't have been prevented, or maybe, I don't know. I want to apologize. I'm sorry. I wish things had come out differently. As far as I think that I've earned the privilege to continue on the path to release. I've done everything that was asked of me that a person in my position, in my unique position and situation, and it's hard. It was hard coming out here. It was hard dealing with some of the things that I've dealt with, but I came through it. And there'll be more challenges, I'm sure of it. I ask that you allow me the opportunity to continue to build a successful track record out here in the community on a different status, the next step possibly. Um, 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 remember that I'm not doing this by myself. I have a fact team. I have therapists. I've got assisted living staff. They're all there to support me. They're all here to make sure that I do the right thing or that I have the best information to make those decisions on my own. I've taken my medication. I need it. I know it. As far as the facts of the case, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. Um, 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 I'm sorry.
It's okay. Is there anything else you'd like to say or?
I can't think of anything.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So with that, I'm going to close the discussion and move to board discussion and deliberation. The board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions during this time. And with that, I would open the floor to the board for discussion.
Excuse me, I'd like to make a motion for parole.
Go ahead.
I move to parole.
Okay, up to parole. Which would typically would be a 60-day out to allow for agent assignment and the approval of his residence, which shouldn't be an issue given the fact that he's in that setting.
It might take just a little longer because of his situation to familiarize the agent with the team.
Oh, the background, yeah, with the fact team, yeah. So we'll say between 60 and 120 days or something like that, 4 months would be looking at that. The conditions of certainly the conditions of release and supervision would be established by by a hearings and release unit, but most definitely will include ongoing active involvement with the fact team. And medication compliance and all of those things, which is not a surprise to you, I'm sure. Yeah. But that would be it. So there is a motion. Is there a second? I'm going to second it. Discussion.
I could not support that for several reasons. He's been on work release less than a year. October 29th of 24 was when he started, so he hasn't had much opportunity to live in that under those circumstances and show his independence and judgment. I didn't hear anything or read anything in the record showing him dealing with domestic violence as an issue.
I think that's something that should be a condition of ongoing work release. And ongoing work with people at Portland House. And I think he also needs to establish some community contacts, which could support him in the event he is ready for release at some point from work release. The paranoia, I hear that that's still an issue, and while he's relying on the meds, what I'm not hearing is kind of the insight into the paranoia or the abortion, why that was a trigger or other triggers. And it was disturbing to me that he didn't think that he was being appropriately questioned when the comment was made about the other victim. So I couldn't support that. I think he needs a couple more years of work release to work on those areas of concern.
Other thoughts?
I too am conflicted and likely would not support the motion that's been made. I'm struggling because I do recognize that there is a mental illness, and maybe the mental illness is playing into some of the responses that have been given. I also understand medication and the change in affect and those things, and I'm cognizant of that. But even the closing comment that the murder was unavoidable, something about that obviously just makes me uncomfortable. I view that as not full acceptance of responsibility. So that's where I'm at. I too would want to see additional time and potentially some additional work on that area.
And I don't know what he's done in terms of restorative justice, but I would like to see more in terms of acknowledging the near death of the other victim and a continuation of working toward restorative justice while on work release. And so I would make a motion that we continue for 2 years.
There's an active motion on the table,
I'm
on
sorry,
the floor.
that's
So,
active. Okay.
So let me just ask Ms. Bray, Member Bray, does anything that you've heard change any of your thoughts relative to the motion or the thought around parole?
No, because I think he is seriously, persistently mentally ill. He will have to deal with it his whole life. He is dealing with it. He's been dealing with it for, I don't know, 30 some years and making a mark and improving, and he's out in the community on work release. He's done a good job. We hear that from his agent. There's no more work release can really do for him. You know, I think his paranoia, it's something he just has to deal with. And do we keep him locked up forever, or do we parole him? And then if he can't hack it, he'll get busted and come right back. So no, personally, I mean, if you want to call the motion, I would vote yes, and everybody else would vote no. And then we could have a new motion.
I appreciate that. And let me just speak to my reason for seconding. I think that at the end of the day, as I look through, you know, his involvement with this FACT team, I think these are going to be realities that we're going to be dealing with, and frankly, that were dealt with in the facility. We had, to his point, I think he has done the things that we have asked him to do. We have, you know, seen that project progress over the course of time. I think that there is an established safety network here that is in place relative to have his involvement with the FACT team, and he will also have an agent that would be assigned in the long haul therapy would continue all of this, but I agree. This is will be a lifelong struggle. And the core question is, can this be managed? And that was, I think, the core question of staff when he was still in the facility was, it was managed to the extent that it could be managed successfully, and he had demonstrated some considerable progress and recognition of his mental illness and need for medication and need for involvement of a team. That's what he has done in the course of this time. I understand the position of others, but I do think that there's a challenge and a position here around the fact that he acknowledges his responsibility for the crime. Do I wish that he would describe that in different ways? Yes, without a doubt. But we are also, I think, dealing with the effects of medication that is going to have an impact on affect and processing, and just his ability to be able to explain things is a challenge. So that's was the basis for my second. And so with that, we'll call the vote to the motion. Board Member Bray?
Yes.
Board Member Earhart?
No.
Board Member Larson?
No.
Board Member Ramstead? And Schnell votes yes. That the motion as submitted dies for the noes prevailing. So with that, I'll open the floor for a second motion.
I move that we allow him 2 more years to transition and to address the issues that were raised during the discussion. I think you made notes of those, or we can go over them again, but that's my motion.
Second.
Denial of parole, continue on phase 2 work release with efforts being put forward in the areas I think that have been identified.
Yeah.
Do you have a sense of that? Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Okay, motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, we'll call the vote to the motion. Board Member Bray?
No.
Board Member Earhart?
Yes.
Board Member Larson?
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead?
Yes.
And Schnell will vote no. So the motion does prevail. In this particular case, Mr. Brown, parole is denied. It doesn't change your status relative to work release. You would remain on work release status. That is a continuance for 24 months. We will identify the range of programming recommendations that have been submitted. What I would like to obviously, certainly recommend, and is within, the department's ability, is to make sure that, you continue to remain positive and use this time as a demonstration. It does not mean that, you're going back into custody. That's really going to be dependent upon your behaviors and your continued ongoing positive integration into the community. Any questions about that?
No.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here, and we wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We'll take about 2 minutes here to get set for the next case. Sit in front of you, otherwise people can't hear.
Certainly.
So as long as it's about like that.
Nice to see you.
distance, you too. This evening. For tomorrow is all right, can everybody hear me? Member Bray and member, okay, wonderful. Good afternoon, Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Ms. Marsha Palmer, who is present in person with us here at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office in St. Paul. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Commissioner Paul Schnell, along with board members Christine Bray on the right, board member Andrew Larson on the left, board member Joe Earhart, and board member Cheryl Ramstad. Ms. Palmer, our records indicate that in 1992, you were separated from your husband, Jeffrey Palmer, and you were in the process of a difficult divorce. During the evening hours of Halloween on October 31st of 1992, Marsha Palmer left a party where she had been seen wearing a black mask. She drove to the area where Mr. Palmer and his girlfriend Carlene White were residing and parked her vehicle at a nearby gas station. Marsha then walked to the residence where Mr. Palmer came to the door. Marsha then shot Mr. Palmer once in the torso, killing him. It is believed that Ms. Carlene White then called 911, where the operator heard screaming and gunshots. When officers arrived, they found Marsha inside the residence, and she asked them to come upstairs. Mr. Palmer was lying in the living room on the floor of the residence, deceased. Officers located Marsha in the upstairs bedroom with a handgun, which she eventually relinquished. Marsha made a statement indicating that Miss White was on the floor and deceased. Officers located Miss White on the floor of the bedroom on the back side of the bed. She was found to have 3 gunshot wounds, a defensive wound to the palm on one of her hands, a gunshot wound at the base of her skull, a 3rd gunshot wound on top of the back of her skull. The black mask Miss Palmer was seen wearing was located on the main level of the residence. On April 19th of 1993, Marsha Ann Palmer was sentenced to life imprisonment by Anoka County District Court. After having been found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder, the sentences were run concurrent. Marsha Palmer was sentenced to a minimum of 30 years imprisonment. She has been previously reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel 3 times. She was continued for a future review each time. On March 5th of 2024, she was given the opportunity to transition to the work release program. Today's review by the board represents Ms. Palmer's 4th review after serving approximately 33 years of incarceration. Her minimum parole eligibility date occurred on October 29th of 2022. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Ms. Palmer. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Good. Can you start off by just talking a little bit about work release, how that's gone, what's been positive and what some of the challenges are?
Well, being incarcerated for the 32 years, of course, technology has been my biggest hurdle. Learning slowly. We do have flip phones, so I've learned how to do that. At my work, I learned how to do iPhone on online orders a little bit, but not much because we can't have them. I got my driver's license, so I'm driving more. I feel really comfortable about that. I've been going out on passes to my sister's house. That's been lovely, reuniting with my family. Work has been excellent. My bosses love me. I love my job. I've never worked in a customer service position before, so I really like that. Hurdles probably would be when I first got out, I didn't have a proper ID to even look for a job, so I had to get that right away. I went to night, I had, what is that called, where you do it over the telephone? Nystrom and Associates, mental health meetings. That went good. I joined, 3 different support groups. Those are excellent, and I want to continue them forever. I really think I've learned a lot from them, and they're just wonderful, wonderful people. Other than that, just day to day, I'm learning stuff every day about society, about people, about jobs, about just everything. So I embrace it. I like it. I'm not saying it's not difficult at times, but I do my best. And I also seek help if I need help, because I know a lot of my people know technology more than I do, even my nephews, and a lot of the young people know it like that. So I learn a lot from them.
So you said you're learning a lot every day. What are you learning about yourself?
What I'm learning about myself is my resiliency, that even though I'm faced with like I'm telling you, technology, that I don't give up. I just find ways to work it out. I've taken classes. I've worked with my support people. Even in the VOA, we used to have, we still do, employment people, resource people and that. So they helped me with like Gmails. I didn't know what a Gmail was. I didn't know how to get on websites, job websites, things like that. So I'm learning that. And about myself, I feel like I'm reintegrating into society at a good pace. I'm not going to say there isn't a lot more to confront, but being at the VOA, I think I've done a lot, and I feel like I'm a very strong person.
What's left to confront?
Technology first and foremost.
But I just
everything.
want to be really, I understand the
Okay,
technology
I just
issue, but I'm interested not in the technology, because you can find resources for that. I'm interested in insights into yourself and managing this change and the change that's happened over time.
As far as relationships at work, I work with males, females, which wasn't that case in prison. So that is working well. My communication with people, if I'm, let's say, if I was frustrated, I know how to mediate things between me and another person to find a mutual resolution, I should say, that everybody's happy with. I do still have triggers. Like I said, like loud noises do affect me at some times. They scare me very easily, where people will be like, oh, she's scared. And I'm like, yes. Whether it's a child yelling, whether it's fireworks, whether it's a car backfiring, things like that. So those are things that bring me back to the scene right away on that night. But I do work through it, and I've worked with support groups on that, and through nice rooms as well. I just feel like I'm growing. Every day is a challenge. Every day is exciting for me. And when I do come up against hurdles, I'm not scared to ask for help.
So you attended, I think, a couple of sessions at Nystrom?
Yep. They
So,
were telecom.
yeah. So talk about like what you got out of those.
Well, that's when I first got out, and I contacted them right away. So I was really overwhelmed with being in work release just out of prison. So we were talking about triggers, because that was my number one thing. And she taught me about how to do relaxation techniques and how to just be in the moment, breathe, think what's going on. There's different relaxation techniques that you probably know them all, but how to just calm myself. And after that, she would say, is there anything else you want to talk about? And I said, not at this time, because I'm like, there's a lot going on right now with me, just trying to get a job, living in the halfway house, all that thing. And she said, fine. And it was kind of like in prison, where they would have me go to mental health, and mental health would say, well, that's fine, what you've told us, but we really don't have anything else for us to help you or to talk about. So it was kind of like it ended at that point. And that's when I started my support groups too.
So you do support groups. What do you talk about support groups?
I do a support group at the Ramsey County Judges meeting that meets every Wednesday. And we talk about everything from triggers to housing resources, things like that, relaxation techniques, crafting, just a lot of different things. How we always do check-ins, like how is our day going? How is our week going? What is your goals for next week? So there's always like, they want to see what's happening now and then what you want to happen in the future. I also go to Goodwill, and they have, it's on Fairview, they have a lot of resources. And it's also about women, just talking about issues that people coming out of prison, what are we having? Is there anything we can help you with? And the third one is my PFA prison fellowship that I started in the inside. I'm a graduate, and now we have it on the outside called Raising Sisters. And I do that on Zoom because I work so many odd hours. I can rarely go to their meetings. I have gone to several meetings, but not on a regular basis. But we have it on a Zoom on Thursdays, and we touch base with that too. People coming out, people still in, how we're doing, how they can help us. And it's a collaborative effort. It's wonderful working with all the women in the different groups, because if we have any kind of issue, we can talk to them. We work it out. And it's people that have gone through similar things too, that we can share with each other. I'm sorry, there's one more group I do. It's domestic violence group, and that's through the Tubman organization. And I've been doing that for about 24 times already. It's weekly, and they help me with any kind of things that I've had happen in the past and that they've experienced as well. And we have facilitators that monitor and lead the groups. So that's really good too. It's a real bonding session. It's a real work it out session. Yeah. I wouldn't give them up for anything. I'm going to continue them no matter what.
So, as you think about, this transition, do you anticipate or see a time when having a significant relationship is something you want to pursue?
Like I said before, I'm not interested in that. I've been away, incarcerated for a long time. I just want to really spend the rest of my time with my family and friends. And it's very satisfying. My brothers and sisters, I have nieces and nephews I barely know. So growing with them, sharing their lives is really what I want. I don't want a relationship. I don't have any desire. Can I say never? No, but I don't really have a desire.
One of the things that I was just, and I'm wondering if you can explain this to me, that I was noted was that I think in this release of information side of this, that you declined or refused to sign a release that so information could be disclosed to people who were left behind as a result of your offense. Can you talk about why?
I just felt like I've given as much as I could. There's nothing new that I would have other than my employment and how I'm doing outside. And I've listed that for the panel in here. That's how I felt. I felt like I've shared a lot already, and nothing would, I shouldn't say in a definitive thing, way. I didn't see that would be beneficial to anybody.
So what so as you hear yourself say that,
Mhm.
do you believe that that's the case?
I do. I've shared a lot going up before panels the last 3 times, and I'm happy with that. I had no problem with that. Now it's a different stage in my life where I want to not concentrate on that part as far as like I'm going forward now. And when I share that information, it feels like I'm going backwards again.
But I think that, let me just check this and challenge you on this, because isn't it also first and foremost that, do you believe if you've done some restorative justice work, right?
Yes.
And that that one of the things that harm creates, the harm that you cause creates, is obligation, right?
Yes, definitely.
You buy that.
Yes, I do.
And so, but you do not believe that that obligation to provide the people who were impacted by your offense. Whether it's meaningful to them or not is up to them, not to you. It surprises me a little bit that the logic there is that I want to put that behind me. There is no putting this behind you.
No, I grow with it every day, every day, every day.
So
I don't get past it.
But I didn't hear that in your answer. And I guess the question I have is just what obligation do you feel you have to the community, certainly to the families of your victims? What obligations do you feel you have?
My obligation is to be a law-abiding citizen, to always have remorse for what I've done, to try to give back, maybe not to them personally, other than like a name change. That's something they wanted. That's personal. Would do that. As far as my restorative justice is, I will always live with the part that I feel like I have to give back. And if I can help people in certain ways, whether it be making hats for the homeless, making Easter baskets, doing groups where people join in, like domestic violence groups, where if I can help somebody not go down the road I went down, do it in a heartbeat. If support groups that help me see a different perspective that I might never see, it's so instrumental to me, especially people that have been exactly through the same, well, not exactly, through the same situations I've been through. That's instrumental to me. And it's sad, but it's wonderful that we have a forum that we can share like that, whether you live in England, whether you live in Minnesota, it can be from anywhere. It's still common. I pray that someday there's not crime like what I did, survivors of what I lived through. I pray that every day. So for me, it's going forward. I can never, I hate to say never, I cannot do as much as I would like to do for the families. It will never happen. I cannot bring them back. All I can do is be that person that I was before my crime, which was a law-abiding citizen, and be that now and always walk with intention that I never hurt anybody ever again. And also at the same time, walk with respect for what I've done. And I grow with it every day.
And can you see how, whether it's the transition or the change is meaningful to you or not? Do you see how the absence of transparency on your part might be seen as kind of a disregard for what you've done?
No, it was never a disregard in my mind.
Okay.
Never. I can't.
But can you use the gift of imagination and see how that might be an issue for?
It's hard for me to see that because I have been so transparent up until work release, and really personally inside it feels like this is my start point onward. There's listed, and I don't know if the families get that or not, but there's listed everything I've ever done, all the hurdles I've ever came across, things like that. I don't believe there's anything I could share with them that would help them heal from this point on.
Ms. Palmer, do you see that that a transition of being in the community? And again, I'm not speaking for your victims because I certainly can't. But you talk about, it's almost as though you're saying there was my life in prison and then there's my life going forward. And so I'm moving forward now and it's no longer here. And yet there are many, many people who were left behind as a result of what you did. And that doesn't change. That never will change.
No.
And so I'm trying to wrap my head around the logic here a little bit, because what I'm hearing from you is, okay, I've done all that and now I'm moving forward. And I want you to move forward. I absolutely want you to move forward. But I also don't want you to forget the fact that the causing harm creates obligation.
I will
an
never forget
obligation.
that.
Okay,
I
well.
will never, like I
so
said, I
then
always grow.
then why not?
Because when does the transparency end? I mean, I could be out in the community for 5 years and do you want to know then? I'm not saying it's not good for the family to have transparency. I just feel like I have to make a point, not a point. I have to have a cutoff for me to mentally shift from here to there, not ever forgetting what I did, not ever not growing with what I did, just mentally to be prepared to go on my next chapter, not leaving them behind. I have victims in my own family. I've had so many victims. People can't count. I owe a lot
Okay,
to
no,
everybody.
stop. So here's the thing. I just want to be really crystal clear about
Certainly.
something that, that I think, the principles of restorative justice speak to the fact that causing harm creates obligation. And that I do, this whole notion of, at a time when there is a transition, particular a transition from secure custody to the community. If you think that that's the time to start to really clamp down on transparency, that's concerning
To the families?
to the families, to the system.
No, not to
to
the
the-
system. I've been very.
I don't know. I don't know how far that goes for you. So tell me about that.
I've been very open with everyone from my support groups to my VOA staff to my Nystrom Associates therapist to my family, to everybody I've come in contact with. I'm not, I share my story in not a voyeurism way, but in a way to help people. I always have remorse for what I did. There's never going to be a day that I don't. I wouldn't be a good human being if I didn't. I am a good human being. I do have a good heart. I did a terrible thing. I live with it every day for 32 years. I will live with it every day till the day I die. I just feel like I've given and I've given and I've given, and I will always give. That's not even a question. I just don't know where it ends about the transparency.
You've given and you've given and you've given until you chose not to. So there's just to be clear about that. I'm going to open the floor for others to ask questions. Ms. Palmer.
Ms. Palmer, sounds like a great deal of planning went into the murders. And I'm wondering at what point you decided to murder the two victims as opposed to killing yourself, which is what you said you went over there to do. What changed your mind? At what point did you decide, no, I'm not going to kill myself, I'm going to kill him, and then I'm going to go upstairs and I'm going to kill her? How did that change?
Me and my husband were going through a very, very tumultuous divorce. There was a lot of things he was doing to me and my family, and I was not mentally healthy at the time in any way, shape, or form. So I decided that I was going to kill myself in front of him because he would never allow me to voice my emotions, talk things out. And it was a point where I was physically ill as well. And I just said, this is it. I'm just going to end it. He'll have to live with it. When I went over there, I bought a gun legally. I took target practice legally. I bought special grips for the gun legally. I had everything planned out that I was going to have entrance and then kill myself.
But why would you wear a costume if you wanted
To gain
see you
entrance.
kill yourself?
To gain entrance into the house. When I did, immediately the mask came off. He saw it was me. He ran away. I walked in. I was still going to confront him because I walked around the house at that night to see if anybody else was there. I didn't know what Miss White looked like. I did have no idea what she looked like. I didn't know she was there. I didn't know they were living together. All I knew it was his house. When I walked in, then he came charging at me, and I never thought holding a gun would not tell, would be the thing that he would stop listen to me and I could do what I say what I had to say and do what I had to do. Instead, he charged me. We fought over the gun. That's when he got shot.
Wait a minute, you just said he ran away,
Yeah, he went down, I went in, and then he came back.
ran away and then came back.
Yeah, I didn't know the layout of the house. I think it was like just went straight, and then I walked in, and then he came back. And that's when we struggled over the gun, and he got shot. And then all of a sudden, it was like everything was like super loud because of the gunshot, and he was here at first, and then he's way across the room. So there was a time period that I didn't know what happened. I don't know. They tried to, when I was in jail, they tried to show me pictures and stuff to kind of click in my head. I never remembered how we got from here to
Did I
there.
understand correctly? You didn't know anyone else was there?
I did not know. I went around the building and I told the police that too. And there was, it was a muddy night, like a rainy night. And there was footprints by the basement windows and stuff. He lived on a little creek. So it wasn't like you could go all the way around.
Why did you go upstairs?
You have to understand our relationship. He was a very violent person, and if he told you to jump, you better have done it yesterday. And so when I saw him across the room after I came to again, he's looking straight in my eyes going, Carlene, Carlene. And I'm like, it was instinctual that I ran upstairs. I didn't know the layout of the house.
Pointed?
He was on the ground like this and looking straight at me. And so I ran upstairs, and all of a sudden I seen this, there was a room in front of me, and I seen this head pop up and down. And I don't know why I went in the room, but I did. And this person comes around I think it was a bed, and hair was in front, and she was, I didn't know it was a she at the time, yelling at the top of her lungs, coming toward me. Okay, now I have already been charged when I was downstairs, and this person was charging me, and I shot.
At what point did you find out that there had been a little girl there?
I didn't know until the very end. I mean, afterwards I was gonna go back. I think I went back downstairs, came back up, and I heard a little girl, or it sounded like a little girl. And it was like I said, I didn't know the layout of the house. So I went down to the room, I opened the door, and here's this little girl sitting in bed going, Mommy, Mommy, I want my mommy. And I'm just like horrified, like, oh, I don't know what to do. I just stayed there, didn't go in the room, just stay there and shut the door. That's all I've ever seen or talked about that little girl. Never saw her or never went in the room or anything.
And did you at that point consider carrying out your original plan of killing yourself?
I was totally confused because I'm like, now who's gonna know what really happened? And I didn't leave a note like, I'm killing myself, this is why I'm doing it. And when I went downstairs because I thought, I'm gonna call my friend, Pam, she's my best friend. I was living with her at the time. She wouldn't, I told her, just come to some gas station or whatever it was. I can't even remember what I said, but she put two and two together and said, oh, she's at that house because it's right down the street. Because I think the gas station was right up the street.
That's where you left
From
your
there,
car?
yeah. And so I thought she's gonna be able to identify me once I do it. And that's when the officer, he wasn't a lieutenant, officer walked into the room, and I had the gun to my chest, and I was really, really shaking, and I go, help her, help her. And he goes, ma'am, you have to put down the gun. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on right now. And then he left, and then he had his lieutenant, I think, come in the room, and he right away said, he was a very kind man, and he just goes, honey, you don't want to do this. He goes, just think of me as your father. And when they said that, that's when I lost it. And that's when I just laid flat and just pushed the gun away. And then he came and grabbed me, and then he started rubbing my back and said, everything will be okay. So that's how that evening ended.
And this home that you went into, had that been your home?
Never. It was newly built.
Okay.
I've never been in it,
So
around it.
you'd never lived there?
No.
How long did you and Mr. Palmer actually live together?
Well, we were involved for 10 years. We got married for 3. We lived together for 4, I believe.
And how long did this happen after you stopped living together?
Well, after we were married for 3 years, we were getting a divorce, and it happened probably like 4 months after we were going to get divorced.
And what was your motive for killing yourself?
Because he was He was tormenting me by having his girlfriend follow me in her car. I worked for the city of Brooklyn Park and I didn't know who she was. It was always across the parking lot. And I'm like, why is this girl, as soon as she sees me, she leaves. And so I had police officers that worked for the city of Brooklyn Park that were my friends and said, can you run this license plate? Because something's not right. And they told me the person's name. Well, I knew the name then. And I told Jeff, I called my husband and said, stop this. I said, this is between you and me. Don't have anybody else involved in our divorce stuff. Because they were calling me, they were following me. My husband was selling all our assets. Just a lot of different things. And it was just too much for me. And I just said, I'm not here about the money. I'm not here about anything. I said, I just want to have a respectful divorce. And he wouldn't let me. He said, you came in with nothing, you're gonna leave with nothing, and that's it.
So property was,
That was his thought, my motive was. Mine was just to be respectful and don't have other people involved in our divorce thing. He was calling my sister, who just had a little baby, all hours of the day and night. And I just said, Jeff,
how long
stop.
was it in process, this divorce?
Oh my God, I can't even remember. I'll just say 6 months. Just recollect 6 months. And I was having a bleeding ulcer because of it. It was a lot going on. The only place I could really ever be normal was at my work. And then he started calling my work.
What would you say now to your former self that might have made a difference?
I know for a fact, well, not for a fact, I know really deep down that with my support groups, especially my judges meeting, my domestic violence meeting, that if I would have been able to seek out resources like that, it never would have
What
happened.
did you need to hear?
I needed to know that I wasn't alone. That's first and foremost, and that's the number one thing in a lot of domestic, in my Zoom groups, is that people go, this is sad, but I'm happy to know I'm not the only one going through this. I did feel like I had that. I didn't want to, I come from a background where my family, my parents are were very old fashioned. They didn't believe in divorce. They didn't believe in mental health to the degree. They thought it was more like, the term nut doctors and things like that. And so I went to HMOs because I did try. I went to HMOs and tried to get mental health. And I saw one therapist and we started talking and I thought, oh, this is hard, but I can do this. And then like 2 weeks in, she says, I got to drop you. And I go, what? And she goes, I'm part of an HMO, so I have to go to another doctor. So I did that. And I felt like, wow, that was like 5 hard steps forwards and 10 steps backwards when she told me that. And then I went to a second one and I had to tell my story again. And then she was helping me. And then within probably three or 4 weeks after that, she said, I have to drop you. And so I went to a third one. I said, I can't do this anymore. I just feel like I'm not getting anywhere, like I'm being passed along.
Okay.
So I just felt hopeless.
What part of this do you think has been the hardest and is still extremely hard for the victims' families, the survivors, as we call them?
I know if I had that happen to me, just the emptiness, not the closure, saying goodbye, not the missing of their loved one.
Do you think the manner of death might be particularly
Oh,
awful for them?
totally awful. I would feel the same way. Like, that's unbelievable that you could do that to our loved one. I would feel the same way. I would hate me. I would not like me if someone did that to my family member. I totally can put myself in their place because we both were Catholic. We both had large families. We both believed in family. And so it was really hard to go against all that. Everything you believe in, it's shaken up.
And how would you feel about yourself being out and moving on with life?
I would feel for them it's unfair because it is. I can never give them back what I took. I can never. being on this side, all I can do is hope that they know I never want that to happen again. I'm sorry for what happened already. And I know people always say, I wish I could take it back. Well, of course I do. I never want to hurt people.
How does your family feel about you?
I don't know, you'd have to ask them. They love me. They never knew the whole story. Because I kept everything private. They were going through a lot. They were young people at the time. They had families. My mom was sick. So I didn't tell them a lot during that time. So that's why I felt alone. But if I would, I really believe if I would have had resources like I do now, I don't think it would have happened. I don't. I would have had an outlet. I felt like I didn't have an outlet.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right. At this time, I'm going to close the discussion, but before doing so, I want to briefly open the floor to you, Ms. Palmer, to make any final comment to the board before we have a discussion of next steps.
I've never known if the families hear me, see me. I'm sure they know what I've done. I mean, as far as inside and outside, I hope. I always want to say I'm sorry. To live a life knowing that you took other people's children, brothers, uncles, sisters, brother, all that is a very hard thing to live with, but I live with it with respect that I did that. I never have ever said I didn't do that, never will. I share that with other people if they're going through, there's people at work that are going through breakups and they know my situation and they'll come and talk to me and ask me, how did you do it? They know my crime. And I said, I share with them that seek out help. That's my number one thing because no one can do it by themselves. And you need to talk to people that have different perspectives because when you're absorbed in that situation, you don't see clearly. You don't, speaking for me, you don't do things clearly. It's help is the number one thing. Resources is the number one thing. And that's the number one thing for me on the outside. To stay the person I want to be again is the support groups that I have. Like I said, I never want to leave my support groups. Zoom is a wonderful thing. I could be anywhere, anytime, and still have my support groups. They are my lifeline. And I think everybody should have one, even if you're not in a devastating situation that I was. Support groups are the key to my success.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to close the discussion, and during board discussion deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I'll open the floor to the board for discussion of next steps.
You've been on work release a year and a half. I just wanted to clarify.
I'll start. I didn't ask questions just because I was really just trying to absorb everything. I'll be honest, I was disappointed by some of what I heard, especially around the impact on the victims and the ripple effect and the victims' families. I was very disappointed in what I heard. I didn't feel as though there was kind of the level of empathy maybe that I would expect to hear at this stage. So I was disappointed, and you know, Commissioner, you were kind of pressing her on some of those things, and even felt as though she became a little defensive. So, and even some of the answers she provided were just curious. I don't know any other word to describe it. Yeah, I was disappointed. I recognize, you know, certainly the paperwork and everything she said. She's done a lot of good things, and I think is, you know, sounds as though some stability is developing in her current situation. But like I said, I'm definitely disappointed with some of what I heard today.
Well, I'm conflicted just because I went back and forth on her reasoning for not signing another release of information. On the one hand, I thought, okay, I understand moving on, that's important. On the other hand, it did seem a little disrespectful or just unaware of how the victim survivors must feel. And my other conflict is, but I don't want us to, I think she's done a good job. And I don't want to get in this box of, well, she's not telling me exactly what I want to hear. So therefore, so that's just where I'm at.
I would concur. I think, you know, I don't want to minimize, and I think when the decision was made to move on work release, it really was a recognition of the fact that, you know, the ability, she was deemed low risk in her assessment. There was certainly, you know, I think a need for ongoing work in terms of, you know, gaining insight, and I think, you know, I would agree with both of you in terms of some of that, those, you know, observations, and you know, I think at the same time, I think, you know, the fact that she is subject to, you know, as part of parole, the range of conditions, and has that for the remainder of her life, and will have whatever other conditions we establish as the terms and conditions of her release. So I'm gonna make a motion. I'm gonna make a motion that we grant parole, that we set a date out between 90 and 120 days to allow for everything to get done. You know, I would like her to at least give some more thought to the issue of the sensitivity around what's maybe meaningful to her, and that sense of disclosure. And I think, you know, one of the things that I think is also important that Ms. Palmer certainly may not be aware of, and many people may not be aware of, is that prior to the establishment of this board, this was a closed process, that no victims did not get a chance to hear from the person, see from the person, other than what was maybe released. And this is the first opportunity for victims, if they so choose, to participate and watch these proceedings. And so that becomes a challenge. But I would like to see at least, you know, some this sense of what does obligation, the harm that was created, what does that mean? And again, I'm offering, I'm moving parole, so that's not the issue. But she would be then, you know, once a release plan is established and approved by an agent is assigned, she'd be subject to ISR for the term as would be a standard in this situation. And then subject to ongoing supervision with conditions to be established by HRU. And most definitely would include, ongoing, mental health support and work going forward. So that's the motion. Is there a second?
I second it.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. To the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Earhart,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
No.
Board Member Ramstead, and Schnell votes yes. A 3-2 split vote. Parole is granted 90 to 120 days out with conditions to be established. Do you have any questions about that? Okay. All right. Thank you. And you're free to go, and you'll be, continue on work release until such time as agent is assigned and approves the plan. All right. Good luck to you. All right. We have just a couple of items of business here to go over, and that's the first item. Find my agenda here. There it is. The motion, seeking a motion to approve the minutes from the August 29th, 2025 meeting. Is there a motion?
I move.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And the minutes are approved. Is there anybody on for public comment? No public comment. Becky and I have been talking a little bit about this survey stuff, that week and a half or whatever it was. Came quick between our last meeting, but we are working on working with that group that would come in and do that training, and we'll get some dates from them and then send them out. Survey.
The legal advocacy group.
Yep.
Just so you're aware of what these are
Yeah.
referencing.
Have any potential dates yet?
No, we're waiting on them to provide some dates. And so when we get them, we'll get them out to people, and we'll do some surveying of availability and go from there.
And that's the group we met with quite a while ago, but we met.
That's correct.
Thank
That
you.
had a series of recommendations for us to consider as kind of board rules going forward. And so the next meeting of the Supervised Release Board will be here on September 24th, 11:15 to 4:30. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And moved and seconded, and we are adjourned. Thank you.